What's up, AP Human Geo? This is maybe one of the biggest streams that we've ever seen on Fiveable. So if you can hear me, if you can see me, and you're feeling like, let's go, it's the day before Human Geo, I got this. Give me an emoji in the chat so I can see how you're feeling right now. Any emoji that just describes your current emotion, whether it's the like screaming one or the head explosion, or I don't know, maybe you're feeling patriotic. However you're feeling. Maybe you're feeling like a slice of pizza, and then you can put that one up. So just to give you a quick rundown of how tonight will go, we're going to be live for quite some time, right? So 5 hours is a long time. Don't feel like you've got to stay here the whole time. Take breaks, take, chances to walk away. Just take a minute if you need to. I'm sorry that the chat, I probably shouldn't have asked you to post that in the chat. I'm going to break Crowdcast. But we'll be live for 5 hours. First, Harrison and Shreya are going to take you guys through the entire course of all the content, just to make sure that you know all of it, right? Like, we want to take you through all the units that are going to be on the test, and they'll be doing a mind map to help you through. So I'm sorry, the chat is now being spammed because I asked for it to be spammed, so I apologize. So I guess now we'll wrap it up. If we have to turn the chat off, we will, and we'll only do that just to make sure that this is going to stay up and strong. Please don't put too many. If this is not working for you, just refresh. All right, refresh. Woo! All right. Everyone's going to stay calm. We're going to make this work. Our main goal is to help you feel amazing for the test tomorrow. So if the chat is stressing you out, you can turn the chat off too. Just click the little arrow on the top and just minimize it, and then you don't even have to look at it. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually turn the chat off really quick. Have a deep breath, everyone. Okay, before we jump in, I just want to take a minute. I want everyone to just stop what you're doing. Don't type anything. Don't click anything else. Just look at the camera. Take a deep breath wherever you are and just relax. Okay? Exactly. Just in through the nose, out through the mouth. I know the test is tomorrow. I know for a lot of you, this is your first AP exam. And this is a very, very weird year. Now that school is closed, the tests are online, everything feels different and chaotic and stressful. I get it. I see you. I hear you. It's totally fair to feel stressed out. But just know that it is going to all be okay. You have such a good chance to pass this exam because you're here right now, right? You're in a 5-hour review. You're putting in the work. Even if you feel like you could have been doing more all year, or you're just getting really started, you have a lot to cover today, you still can do this. The one thing you need to remember is just trust yourself, okay? At no point should you feel like you have to try to cheat on the exam or anything like that. Just know that, like, you've got this. Trust yourself. Know that you can do this. Between the two students, they're going to go through all the content that's going to help you feel a ton better. I'll then come back in a few hours and we're going to practice FRQs together. Okay, so I'm going to put up a practice prompt and then you're going to submit responses and I'll grade them in real time, right? Not everyone will get graded, but you're going to be able to see how would I write an FRQ and how would you get graded on yours, okay? A couple of notes, they'll explain this to you, but we're disabling some of the chat and Q&A features in here because there's so many people, but we're going to make sure that we still hear all your questions using a different thing called Padlet. So you can click that and we'll be monitoring that and making sure that all your questions get answered there. So with that, I believe in you. I know you got this. I can't wait to come back in a few hours and just give you all the more pep talks that you need and all the FRQ tips that you need. I'm going to hand it off to Shreya and Harrison, who are some of the most baller students I know that have passed AP Human Geography with flying colors. 5s, I think. Both of them got 5. They know exactly how to do this. Like, this is the insider scoop that you've been looking for. All right, let me take it away with them. Let me focus the screen on them. All right. All right, Harrison, you're live.
Okay, so is Shreya going to be big too?
I don't know if I can do 2. Nope, just one of you.
Oh, you know what? I know how to fix this. Give me 1 second. So,
right.
Andy, you're going to be big for a second, and then you're not going to be big. There we go.
Nice. All right, I'm going to turn my mic off and my camera off. I'll be back in a few hours.
Okay, well, she's gone. So I guess we can get started. So Shreya, do you want to share your screen with the mind map?
Oh, yes.
So I'm going to quickly go over what we're going to do today. So I love how you guys are literally spamming this Padlet with questions. I have counted 53 questions so far. And so we're going to try to go over a lot of these things, and I'm already reading through these, but there's a ton of stuff to go over. So, you know, it's going to be a lot. And we'll try to get through everything, but, you know. So somebody asks, why are they so young? And I can actually see your username and your Crowdcast name. So don't ask dumb questions. Also, Keanu Reeves, make sure you keep the chat PG. Don't say anything bad. I know we have it disabled. Please don't say anything bad on the Padlet because I can see everything. I can see what Crowdcast account you're getting this from. Like, don't abuse these things, or we can't use these things. That's our motto, I guess.
Yeah,
right, Shreya?
we want to help you succeed as much as possible. So please try to keep the chat, like, you know, non-spammed.
Even though it's not the chat, just don't spam the
the Padlet.
Yeah, the Padlet, because I'm trying to go through these things, and a lot of them are repeats, so it seems like a lot of you like don't know the same things. But if you do know these things, you can comment on these posts, and I think you can actually respond. I believe. I don't know if you can though. But so we're gonna be filling out this mind map together. We're not really gonna go over Unit 1 because it's never gonna be a true FRQ. But at the end, if we have time, I will go over a cool like this is how I learned Unit 1 thing. Also, remember, please don't say random things in the Padlet. I'm reading some of these, and they need to be deleted. So please don't abuse it, guys. Please don't say dumb things. Please don't try to flatter people. So basically, we're not going to share the link to this mind map until after the stream because I had 6 people on the mind map in one of my Unit 7 bonus streams, and it was very slow. So with all the people on this Crowdcast, we're not going to try to share the mind map link until afterwards. So, you know, just know that. I see a lot of questions about that. So we're not sharing the mind map link until after the stream, and then you'll get a PDF with everything that we have. So right now, I want you to go to this. So you guys mostly have the Padlet link, and I'm going to change that big green button right here to go to this Minty link. Ugh, I hate that it has to have HTTP. Sorry, guys. Crowdcast is really freaking out right now. So if you guys go to that link, you should be able to input this code and join our presentation. I'm typing the code in right now, so if you don't see it, that's why. Oh my gosh, I cannot read. There we go. Okay. So if you guys click on that button, you should be able to go to this link and, you know, play along in this presentation with us. It doesn't look like any of you guys are on yet, and I hope I put the right link, but if you guys want to click that big green button again, that would be great, so I can see if you guys get on. All right, I see one person is on. So I'm going to give everybody a few more minutes to get in, but this is how we're going to help fill out this mind map, because you guys are really going to include everything that we put on here. Like, none of this is just going to be facilitated by, we're just going to facilitate this for you. You guys are going to help us complete this. But I'm going to kind of go through the slides with you, I hope. I don't think you guys can advance. But it seems like most of you find Unit 2 the easiest so far. But a lot of you are also finding Unit 3 pretty easy. I don't know. I'm going to watch these results come in real time for a few more minutes just to, you know, see.
And
Let me see if I
think
can
the poll that was posted on the Crowdcast before, you guys also said you had some difficulty with the political geography unit, which is completely fine. We will go through that in depth.
Yeah, we're going to be going through all the units, but I think that this will help us know what to focus on. We'll focus less on population and then more on migration and politics, or agriculture, migration, and politics. All right. So, do you know how to use the mind map, Shreya? You're all good with that?
Yep.
Then I think we're gonna get started. Okay. So here I put the next slide that I'm gonna go to on this Menti thing is gonna be the Unit 2 concepts. Does anybody want to put any Unit 2 concepts that they know? It's gonna say like ask your question, but what that really means is just like write out your most important Unit 2 concepts. This is gonna be anything about population or migration. So what do you guys have? Does anybody see this? This may or may not be working. I don't know yet. Okay, it looks like we have one thing. So population pyramids. So population, oh, whoa, got a lot more responses. So one of the big power concepts of Unit 2 is going to be the demographic transition model. So we're going to have two types of things that we put on this mind map. So if you want to leave the emoji there, Shreya, that'd be great, like the little fist. So the fist on the mind map is going to mean a power concept, but the fire on the mind map is going to mean it's called a key vocab. And basically we're sorting these by key vocab are things that you like need to know, like this is what you need to know the definition of, know an example of, know how to plot, and know how to do it. But then for the power concept, you're going to need to know how to apply it, how to justify, your position about this on the AP exam. So it looks like one of the biggest things is the demographic transition model. So that's going to be our first power concept. So does anybody want to go in there? I don't know if you guys can answer it again, but does anybody want to go in and put any important things to know about the demographic transition model? Anybody put any important things? So somebody also says like a secondary topic of the DTM is the ETM, the epidemiologic transition. I think I pronounced that wrong. The epidemiologic transition model. So the ETM, you want to put that like under it. I think you have to click enter. Oh, or not, maybe. So maybe it's tab. I don't know. Here, let me see if I can get on this mind map and help out Shreya. But you guys are putting a lot of great things in the chat. Sorry about this, not working so well, but we're all trying to explore with this new technology, and Crowdcast is kind of going, not with us.
Oh no, right now. The demographic transition didn't save.
Yeah, so let's see. Okay, so people are saying the 5 stages. That's important. That's definitely an important thing to put on there. Oh, wait, no, Shreya, you can put that down like here. Can you guys see where I'm typing, or does this not work? Okay, so we see the DTM. Another key vocab that we have, Shreya, is going to be that I see a lot. It's going to be Ravenstein's laws of migration.
Okay.
So you guys should definitely know Ravenstein's laws of migration because that's kind of an important thing to talk about. So basically, a lot of people have said in here that rural to urban is one of his things. And then one of the things is also going to be, let's see, people move for money, push and pull factors. So that's going to be another important, okay, so this is not syncing very well. Okay, so interesting. Okay, so we have rural to urban for that. We have people move for money, of course. We have that. What else do we have here? We have males move more than females, of course, yes.
Anything about age?
Let's see. I see a lot here that young people move more. I don't see a lot else on here about Ravenstein's laws. Do you have anything to add, Shreya?
Yeah, I had a list of them somewhere.
All right.
Okay, yeah. One of them is counter migration. So that basically says that each migration flow produces a flow in the opposite direction.
That's something that I forgot too. All right.
And then the last one I think is people move a short distance for the most part.
There we go.
And if they do move a long distance, they are attracted to urban centers because of economic opportunities.
Oh, economic opportunities. That's another important concept that we have in Unit 2, isn't it? That's why people move?
Yes. So I think we hit all 7.
Frida, can you refresh your page real quick? I tried to fix some of the formatting here so it'll show up for them better later. So hopefully this works.
Yes, I refreshed.
Okay, great. Okay. So let's see, what else do we have? So we also earlier said the demographic transition model. So let me add that one in. Oh, it does not seem to be working for me today. So does anybody want to tell me what the 5 stages are on this Menti? I think that you guys can answer again. If you can't, then put something in the Padlet so I can know about that. Let's see. The code should be on that big green button there. And then I'll answer some questions here real quick that I've gotten so far. So one of them says, I've been hearing that there's a 50% chance that Unit 5 is on the exam. Is that true? So I'll explain how we got those numbers. So there are 4 main units that are going to be tested, that could be tested on your FRQs, and those are Unit 2, Population and Migration, Unit 3, Culture, Unit 4, Political Geography, and Unit 5, Agriculture. You have 2 FRQs, and each FRQ has to have at least 1 unit on it. So you have 2 FRQs divided by 4 units, so you're going to get, it's a half chance of having each unit on the AP exam. Let me see some other basic AP exam studying questions.
Oh, and one rumor that I wanted to clear up real quick is about the score distribution. So there's like no set number of like 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. And there's nothing that everyone's going to get a 3 or something. I just want to clear that up. They're going to stick with like normal scoring methods and no curve, I believe.
So somebody also says that the stream keeps lagging and glitching. That's just because there are currently 13,062 people on this stream, like right now. I'm sorry, 1,300. It would be awesome if there were 13,000, but there's only 1,362 people on right now. So this is kind of a lot for Crowdcast to handle. I think that we have some engineers here who are supposed to help us with the stream from Crowdcast, because Fiveable is not a Crowdcast company, and Crowdcast is not like a Fiveable company. Like, we just kind of use them, but we've had some issues with a ton of people on. So a lot of people have asked, won't Unit 1 be on the test? So Unit 1 can technically be on the test, but Unit 1 isn't going to be a full FRQ. Later, I'm going to show you something cool with Google Maps that'll help you teach like Unit 1, like all in one basically program in Google Maps. And then basically, it's not going to be a whole FRQ. They're not going to just ask you about the map projections or the types of maps. They're not just going to ask you an FRQ about that, because that's not the most important thing you learn in human geography. So I've seen a lot of those questions. Somebody asked what the equivalent percentage of a 3 is on the exam. So we don't know yet.
Yeah, this is a completely new like exam format. So don't use like the exam score calculators or anything online, because they're not going to be accurate.
Yeah, because those only use a curve. There will not be multiple choice questions this year. I think that most of you guys know that, but I've seen a few questions. Somebody asked, what do you do if a question asks you to compare? That's a really great question, because for AP Human Geography, they took off the vocab word discuss for your FRQ task verbs, and they added the word compare. So compare basically means you need to state what X is, you need to state what Y is, and you say like, then at the end you used to have a therefore X is greater than Y, X is better than Y. You need to have some kind of therefore that says that actually compares the two. So you need to state what they are so the reader knows that you know what you're talking about, but then you also have to actually have a comparison statement after that. somebody asked if ETM structure is the same as the DTM, and yes, it is. And I've gotten a lot of responses about the stages of the DTM, so I'm going to keep going. So a lot of people say stage 1 is the traditional stage. I think I can agree with that. Okay. Because this is getting really hard to manage the Padlet and the Menti and the mind map here, I'm going to open up the chat. But if we want to keep this open and we want to keep this stream working, you guys can't just spam the chat with whatever you want to say. Like, don't drop your social media stuff. Like, don't do any of that, because we can't handle that right now. Like, I'm sorry, but we really cannot handle it. So please, please don't do it. Okay, guys? I'm going to open it back up. Don't do anything crazy or I will disable it again. Okay. There you go. Okay. So let's calm down, everybody. Take a deep breath, just like Amanda says. And I'm going to be deleting some of these messages for you. So, okay, please stop asking questions in the chat. Guys, please. Like, I'm being serious.
So in the chat, put something about the stages of the DTM. Like, that's what we want to see right now.
Yeah. That's the only thing we want to see. We are teaching you. Like, we're teaching. Okay, so Cuthit has something. So Cuthit says stage 1 is low growth stage, or, okay, so it's the pre-industrial stage. Does anybody want to tell me, like, if the rate of natural increase is going to be really low or really high, or like just in the middle for this? So I see that you guys are saying that stage 1 is going to have a really low rate of natural increase, and I agree, because it's going to have a high death rate. Okay, so let's see anything more. And it's also going to have a high death rate and a high crude birth rate. Okay, let's move on to stage 2 now. So stage 2 is the transitional stage. This is when we're getting ready to be industrialized. I'm already seeing that in the chat here, and I'm getting a lot of stuff in the chat, actually. So let's see. And then people are saying here that the death rate declines a little bit. That's true. I'm sorry. The birth rate is going to decline sharply. I'm sorry, somebody said that, and I almost got convinced. So with the demographic transition model, you're going to have in stage 2 that you're going to have the declining death rate, but then in stage 3 you're going to have the declining birth rate. And I kind of already gave that away, but it's okay because I see a lot of responses like that in the chat already. Your death rate is going to decline in stage 2, but then your birth rate is going to decline in stage 3. Okay, I will disable the chat again if you guys start putting Sade's like a melody, that song, like stop putting the lyrics, stop putting I'm going to fail, like, okay, you're not going to fail, you're not going to get a refund, like we are doing the stream and we are working it right now. Like if you guys please stop spamming the chat with things that we're not asking for, then this will work better. Okay, so it looks like the chat wants you to take over, Shreya. So do you want to teach the rest of Unit 2?
Oh, okay, I guess so. So stage 3 is going to be your like moderate growth kind of. So it would have a moderate rate of natural increase, a declining CBR. So your birth rates are declining, and then you have a moderately declining CDR because you start to have like medical advances and technological advances in this stage. So it would kind of be industrialization. And these stages don't really have names. I'm just trying to put like words to them so you can, you know, make connections. And then stage 4, it's more of a highly developed stage, I guess. Let's just call it that. So you're going to have low rates of natural increase because you start to have more family planning and more female education. So they start getting married later and then they start working. Therefore, they have less children. And since they have low rates of natural increase, they also have low CDR, of course, because of more medical advances. And then they also have low birth rates because of what we talked about before. And then stage 5 is actually a new stage. Let's just call it declining population.
Yeah, declining rate of natural increase.
Yes, and Japan and France are currently in this stage. So it's basically when the population's actually going down because of the increase in the amount of elders. So if you look at a population pyramid, the base is going to be shrinking and then the top is going to be expanding because there's more elders and then there's also people leaving the country. So we actually have a negative rate of natural increase and then low birth rates and low death rates. And these countries are very likely to implement pro-natalist policies. So they want people to have more babies so they can, keep their country, like their population vitalized and have people that actually live there. Okay, so what else should I go over after this? Okay, I'm seeing you want examples of each country. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, let's add Japan and France for stage 5 and Italy. That's another one. For stage 1, there's actually no entire countries that are in this stage right now. It's mostly just small little isolated tribal regions of the world. So there's no countries that are actually in this stage right now. But for stage 2, some examples are Mali and South Sudan. For stage 3, Mexico, India, and Turkey. Stage 4, United States. And
so while Shreya's typing, I see some things in the chat. So China is generally considered a stage 3 country because it's increasing its population now that it's done with the one-child policy, and then also China is considered a stage 3 country because it's newly industrializing.
Yeah, so I'll add that. And then Russia would be considered. Does anyone know?
Is there a problem with the stream sound for you guys too? I'm sorry. Let me see if I can.
Oh, the BRICS countries are Brazil, Russia, India, China, and what was the other one? I'm so sorry. I completely blanked.
Great Britain, UK. That is one, but I don't know if that's the one you wanted. Sorry.
Yeah, what was the S one? I completely forgot. I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't even know. Does somebody want to tell us in the chat?
And the BRICS countries are basically countries that are still moderately developed, but they're on the same level as fully developed countries because they have all of these policies and they have a lot of manufacturing, and so they're pretty competitive in the global economy. Oh, South Africa. Yes, that's it. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay. So it looks like we're going to turn off the chat again because I think we're getting this. And you guys, there are 1,376 people in here, and you guys are just complaining that one person is teaching, then you want the other person is teaching, then you want the other person. So if you guys could stop and just take turns speaking, then that would be easier. Sorry.
And for the BRICS countries, that's mostly in the economic unit, so it's not really related to this, but I can still put it on the mind map if you would like.
Yeah, and so a lot of people are saying that they want to see the criticisms to the DTM in the mind map, so maybe we could add that under stage 5 there.
Oh yeah.
So somebody said that the criticisms are war and famine. Can you guys think of any other criticisms here? It doesn't take into account war and famine. Does anybody know anything else? And yes, I see this question a lot. You guys are getting the map. If your stream isn't working, then please refresh the page. You should still be able to get in. And FRQs topics can repeat, but it also doesn't account for migration.
Yes.
Or diseases.
And
Pandemics. Little too close to home right now.
Yes, and that is why the epidemiological transition model is so relevant now, because of like the stage 4 and stage 5, we have recurring pandemics. So even though we have all of these medical facilities, pandemics can still happen.
Okay. So let's move on to another topic. What do you guys think that another power concept or key vocab for Unit 2 could be? And yes, we're always trying to get into examples, but first we have to define things so we get to them. Because we can't fully understand a topic unless we know what the topic is, then we can get to the explanations. Okay, so the ETM isn't really going to be a huge topic on the exam, but maybe we've talked about the migration patterns with Ravenstein's migration laws. We could talk about population pyramids really quickly. That seems like a pretty popular topic.
So in the chat, maybe put some characteristics of the population pyramid that are in like, that correlate with the stages of the DTM.
Okay, guys, I really can't disable the chat like some people keep asking me to, because we really need to have interaction from you guys, and that's how you guys are going to learn this stuff. It's taking a lot of our time to get you guys to try to control the chat, so if you just put things that are relevant, then that'll be awesome for us. Okay, so Skylar says stage 1 has a narrow top and wide bottom. Perfect.
Thank you.
And then what else? Stage 2 is going to have, what is stage 2 going to have? It's going to have a slightly narrower base. That's right. Stage 2 might actually look like a pyramid. That's also true. Because stage 1 is more like a curved pyramid, right? The Padlet should be up. The link is going to be padlet.com/Harrison Burnside/AP Hug Cram.
Okay, and then stage 3?
So what does anybody say for stage 3? Stage 3 fills up, smaller bottom. It starts to look more like a rectangle. So the rectangle is going to be more about stage 4. I'm sorry, I blanked there for a second. So stage 4 is going to have more of a rectangle. So I like that you guys said that. And then, so the only difference between stage 4 and stage 5 is that stage 5 is going to have a higher dependency ratio. Can anybody tell me what a dependency ratio is in the chat? Yeah, so stage 5 is like an inverted triangle. It's an upside down pyramid. Okay, and now that we've kind of defined the stages, we're going to get into why they look like this. So if we want to go, let's start with stage 5 this time. So why are we looking at stage 5 like this? Well, that's because in the chat, I see amount of people that are not working. We have not a ton of people over 65 and not a lot of people under 15.
Yeah, so I see you guys wanted an explanation of each stage. So stage 5 has a shrinking base because there's low birth rates, because these people are like they have a lot of access to education and a lot of like they have a lot of better facilities. So they also have a wider top because people can live longer and life expectancy increases as medical facilities increase. And stage 4 is like pretty much the same thing, except the rate of natural increase isn't declining yet because people are still having like the proper birth rate to do so.
Yeah, Shreya, instead of clicking plus to add these descriptions, can you click tab instead so they go like across?
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
So, thanks. Okay, so these stages are going to be from the DTM. So we're trying to connect population pyramids to the demographic transition model right now. That's our goal right now because like it's important to know the application of the vocabulary, but it's also important to know how these things connect.
Okay, and then stage 3, there you start to have that smaller bottom because, as we said, this is like the medical revolutions and like the green revolutions. All of that stuff usually happens in stage 3, so it's more industrial. So people start to have less children because they're working in factories. They don't need children to work as farmhands anymore. So that's why the base is shrinking, and then of course the top is growing because people have greater life expectancies. And then stage 2 and stage 1, they have pretty much the same gist. They're not very well developed yet, so infant mortality rates are high, so they have to have more children to accommodate for that. And then they also have narrow tops because they don't have the medical facilities available to increase life expectancy yet. So that's like an overview of that.
All right. So how about now that we've kind of explained these things, do you guys want to talk about the density calculations now, like population statistics?
Yeah, like agricultural, physiological.
Yeah, the densities, and then also crude birth rate, crude death rate. So you guys will get this mind map at the end of the stream, and I see that some of you guys are complaining about our teaching style. And Kita, you said that can you add if it's expansive, restrictive, or constrictive? You won't need to know those words for the exam. And it looks like Fiveable has disabled the chat now. So I think we're just going to do more of a lecture style now for Unit 2 and see how that works for you guys. Okay. So this is how we'll do this. For Unit 2, Population and Migration, we'll have Shreya keep typing and I'll lecture. Then for Unit 3, Shreya will lecture and I'll type. And then for Unit 4, we can trade off, and then Unit 5 will trade off. Does that sound good, Shreya? I hope that the audience likes that, because a lot of you guys are on the Padlet complaining that you want to see the other person talking. You can still ask questions on the Padlet. We're just trying to make this really engaging for you guys, but apparently that's not going to work with 1,300 people. You guys are going to get access to the mind map after the stream. So for crude death rate, that's just going to be the number of deaths per 1,000 people in the population. So basically, in the DTM, we're going to see when crude death rates drop in stage 2, then we're going to see that the population is going to have a higher rate of natural increase and a higher total population because we are having less people die. But then in stage 3, when our crude birth rate decreases, we're going to see that our natural increase is actually going to decrease as we get into stage 3, because that's when more women are going to enter the workforce, and that's when more people are going to become, they're going to have jobs. They're not going to, make sure that we have to have, they're not going to have the requirements from culturally to stay at home. And so a lot of people are asking to practice with an example FRQ, and we're going to be doing that with Amanda around 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. Oh, I think something's wrong.
Yeah, I don't know how the rate of natural increase got there.
Bam, I fixed it. Okay, there. Okay. So a lot of people are also asking for the exam, can you use the a lot of people are asking, can you use the acronyms on the exam? You can, but I recommend just using the words infant mortality rate, especially since you can type. It's not going to take you that much longer to type it out, and it's not going to, hurt you to type it out, and it's just going to help your AP exam reader know what you're talking about, because some people, make rate of natural increase NIR, or some people make it RNI, some people make it INR, IRN. Like, there are a lot of different acronyms for these things that different people use, so, that's how that works. So doubling time is not going to be an important thing to know for the AP exam, but doubling time just means, how fast it takes for your population to double. Okay, so a lot of people are also asking to talk about the 3 types of densities. So I think we can do that. So basically, we don't even have to include these on the mind map because there are really only 3 and you kind of just have to know the definitions. So with the 3 types of densities, you're going to have, just regular population density, which is also called arithmetic population density, which just divides the total amount of people by the amount of land available. And then you're going to have physiological population density, which is going to divide the amount of people by arable land. And then agricultural density is going to divide the amount of farmers by agricultural land.
Yeah, and then these types of densities, they kind of show how the population is impacting the land. So if they have like a really high agricultural density, that means that they're probably less developed because they have to have more hard labor and they have less machinery to, feed the population that they have. And then a higher physiological density is also a sign of like really like dense, crowded like areas of people, because there's not enough like fertile land to sustain the population that they have, and then the carrying capacity of the land is also lower.
Okay, so people just asked what high versus low densities mean for these, and Shreya just talked about that, so that's perfect. What's the difference between the names of the names of density? So we're going to have arithmetic density, which is just people by land. You have physiological density, which is, that's just going to be people by arable land. And then you're going to have agricultural density, which is going to be farmers by agricultural land. So I hope that helps you, Amirani Franklin. So now let's move into some more migration stuff, because we basically covered all the population that you need to know, and we also covered some of Ravenstein laws, so that's pretty good. But let's talk about push and pull factors real quick. So a lot of people will mix these up, and I saw that a lot in a practice FRQ that I did with you guys on the Saturday session. So if we add a new key topic there, we can talk about the push and pull factors. So a push factor is going to get you something that's going to push away, like it's going to push you away from your home country. So it's going to give you a reason to leave. But then with the pull factor, you're going to have something that's going to make you want to come to a country. You're going to have something that's going to make you, actually want to go somewhere. So there wasn't a practice FRQ that we did with push and pull factors. I think it was with Amanda, really. But whenever it asked for a push factor of something, a lot of you guys actually ended up like saying a push factor from the Middle East was war. But then these people would come to Europe because of the political stability. But you guys mixed up a lot there because you confused push and pull factors. When it asked to give you a push factor on the FRQ, you just want to do that. You want to say, why do I want to leave the Middle East? But with a pull factor, you're going to want to say, why do I want to come to Europe? So the question asked for a pull factor for, France from, what was it? It was Afghanistan, I think. And then a lot of people said that Afghanistan has war, the government is unstable, but France has a stable government. But then you're talking about a pull factor. You're talking about a push factor there when you talk about the Afghani unstable government, because you want to talk about the pull factors for France. So just make sure you know when it asks that in a question, you just want to say that.
And for these, it's really important to know the difference between what like political, cultural, economic, demographic, like all of those terms that they commonly use. It's important to know that because an economic push factor is different from an environmental push factor.
So somebody asked if we can give examples of push and pull. So if Shreya wants to like give some of her examples on the mind map, I want to talk about a few other things so we can speed this up since we've only gotten through one unit so far.
Yeah.
So I want to talk really quickly about other topics and how this connect in Unit 2 while Shreya's typing those out. So somebody asks how push factors can connect to voluntary migration and forced migration. So a pull factor from somewhere means that you usually, oh wait, I'm sorry, refreshed. A pull factor is usually not going to, involve forced migration, because a pull factor is something that makes you want to come to an area. But when you have forced migration, you're not going to want to go, you're not going to, you don't want to do it. It's forced. But with voluntary migration, you want to do it. It's something that you want to do. You have better economic opportunities. So with voluntary migration, that's when a lot of pull factors come into play, because if you have jobs, you have political stability, that's going to make you want to go to an area. But the reasons for forced migration can actually be push factors. Like when we had the Atlantic slave trade in the 1500s, we had forced migration from Western Africa to the Americas to be slaves. But that was also a push factor, because you didn't want to live in Africa, because then you would, be forced to migrate to the Americas and be a slave. So a lot of people are asking about economic, social, political, etc. But we're going to talk about the FRQ power vocab later. So an example of a forced migration, like I said, would just be the slave trade. I'm sorry, I blinked there for a second. The Atlantic slave trade is an example of a forced migration. Another forced migration would be the refugee crisis. So you can also put under pull migration, Shreya, that we could talk about refugees in it. So a push factor with refugees could be asylum. A pull factor for refugees could be political asylum, but a push factor could be that you're going to, it's unstable. You have to be a refugee. So a refugee could also be an example of forced migration that correlates with a pull factor. Yes, refugees would be an example of forced migration, because you have to move or you're in this, Okay. So what other important Unit 4 topics are there? So then, besides push and pull factors with migration, we also have chain migration. Education opportunities could definitely be a pull factor. Somebody said that, but I think we should keep going, because honestly, in my opinion, migration has a really strong chance to be an FRQ, because they haven't done a migration FRQ since 2015 for AP Human Geography, and it's a pretty important topic in the course. Okay, so somebody asked what caused people in Latin America to move to the U.S. while she was getting it set up to talk about the chain migration and guest workers, step migration as well. So what caused people to move from Latin America to the U.S. is the question. So people move from Latin America to the U.S. because of gang violence, political instability, but the U.S. has political stability. We have a government, we have what works, our country is not politically unstable. We don't have gangs who run the country. We don't have major corruption inside of our government. And when I say that, I'm not saying that there's no corruption in our government with bribes, but we don't have the level of corruption that some Mesoamerican countries have. So Shreya is listing out what a chain migration is. And I like how she's connecting it to an ethnic enclave. And an ethnic enclave is going to be where we see that a lot of people of one culture from one nationality or race are going to be grouped together. So somebody also asked, does chain migration have more men? Does that rule change depending on the factor of migration? So usually chain migration might include families, because, if you're doing it with your family, if the man generally moves first based on Ravenstein's laws, so the man is going to be the first one to move in the family, then we're going to have the women and children who follow in the chain migration, especially when we talk about the Latin American, the boat people who come to Texas, or the illegal immigrants also. We see that a lot of those people, the men go first, but then the women take their children with them to go meet the men in the U.S. because the men have worked. Okay. So then we also have the topic of remittances, which is, like I was talking about, when we have Latin American people who migrate to the United States. We have these men who come, but the families stay back in Latin America because it's, they might think that it's safer. Men are going to send remittances back to their family or friends in their home country. So if the wife and kids still live in Mexico, but the man is working a job in El Paso, then the man is going to be sending back money to the wife and kids to support them since they're in another country. I think that's mainly it with chain migration.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the topics that I have listed to see if we got everything.
I think that that's mostly it. The only other thing that I would add is Malthusian theory, but that's not as important. Malthusian theory is really just the idea that population will grow too quickly and it will exceed the carrying capacity of the Earth. Brain drain, that's one thing. So basically, when we have brain drain, we have the loss of educated people in a country. So if I live in, let's say, El Salvador, for example, but I don't have a lot of opportunities because there's no techno poles in El Salvador, like there's no really smart electronics companies, but there are in the US. So I moved to the US, but I'm like the really smartest person in El Salvador. So then El Salvador loses their smartest person, and then that, that's what causes the brain drain. So I can add that to the mind map right now. They have not had an FRQ on Malthusian theory yet, but that does not mean that they can.
Okay, and real quick, I just want to talk about some migration policies because I think that's in the CED.
Yes,
so some of them can encourage immigration. Like one of them was like the Homestead Act, and that basically when America was still developing, it gave land to people who promised to like farm it for 5 years and then settle on it. And some other examples are like giving out visas to people who are like educated and skilled, having like guest worker programs, and family reunification programs. And then some policies actually discourage immigration. So this is if they want to keep like cultural homogeneity and they just want to have like their people live in that country, or if they're having overpopulation issues. So this is when like xenophobic policies also happen. So like the Chinese Exclusion Act that happened in the United States, and it banned Chinese immigrants in a certain period of time. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that definitely I can add that right now to the mind map about the population policies. But Shreya, I can start notating Unit 3. You guys probably won't see my notations live because the mind map software doesn't sync in real time. It has like a 5-minute delay, I think. So you guys might not be able to see what I'm typing live, but trust me that I'm typing. So Shreya, do you want to start lecturing on Unit 3? And then we can add some more stuff?
Yes. Okay, so Unit 3 is about like culture. So that's like divided into the two main like branches of religion and language. So culture is basically just like a group's learned behaviors, actions, beliefs, and like shared histories and all of that stuff. So that basically just forms like a cultural complex. And a cultural hearth is like where all of this culture started. And when you talk about culture, there's also taboos that come along with it. So these are behaviors that are like discouraged by cultures. So I won't go into this in depth yet, but like Hindus can't eat beef, or like Muslims can't eat pork. So those would be some taboos. So when we talk about like culture, there's folk culture and then there's pop culture. So folk culture is like usually when there's like small homogeneous like groups of people that are like pretty isolated, and they don't really have like change within their traditions. Like if any change happens, it's very slow and it like takes a long time to happen. And when you have folk culture, the hearth is unknown, so you never know where that culture started. And they usually live in rural areas, but they can also migrate out of there. And pop cultures are like the exact opposite. So the hearth is usually like readily identifiable. So I don't know, when jeans started coming in style, we can like identify right where that started. And they're usually like, they usually disregard borders, so they can apply to a lot of ethnic groups, and there's no like restrictions on who can adopt the culture or not. And it changes drastically over time, especially with like fads and like trends, all of that stuff. So it's always changing. And yeah, I think that's about it. Oh yeah, and it also sparks from urban areas, so like more developed places like Europe and America. So I think that's like pretty much it for folk and pop culture.
That was a pretty good explanation. Somebody in the chat though asked, how is pop culture destroying folk culture?
Okay, so pop culture, since so many people want to be like part of a larger group, like a bigger group than themselves, they're abandoning their traditional folk culture for it. So that's like leading to a loss of like traditional religion, not traditional religion, but traditional language and like folk culture in general. And yeah, the types of diffusion, we'll talk about that. So there are the two main types. There's expansion diffusion and relocation diffusion. So let's just get relocation out of the way. That's basically when people migrate and then they take their cultural values and ideas with them. And that's how a lot of religion spreads as well. And then there's three types of expansion diffusion. So there's contagious, I'll wait for him to catch
It's
up.
fine. No, I'm keeping up with you. I'm sorry. It's just that it takes a while to sync. Like I have expansion is contagious, and then other types.
Okay, and then we have hierarchical, and then we have stimulus. Okay, so contagious diffusion is basically when culture rapidly spreads from a hearth and it just like goes everywhere. So this can also just be disease. It doesn't necessarily have to be a culture. But just like really like trendy things that like spread rapidly and it doesn't really regard social class or anything. It just spreads really fast. And it creates a lot of contact between people and that's how it spreads really fast. And technology and communication systems have like social media have also like made contagious diffusion really popular now. And hierarchical diffusion is when culture spreads from centers of like wealth and importance, so like upper class people, and it like works its way down. So an example of this would be like fashion. So it starts in like the fashion centers like Milan and Paris and France, and it works its way down, and now you can see that same fashion in like normal stores where you can just buy clothes. So that's like it works its way down. But there's also reverse hierarchical diffusion. So an example of this would be hip hop music. So it started from, I believe, the lower class, and then it worked its way up. And then stimulus diffusion is when people of a certain culture adopt the fundamental idea or process, but they don't fully adopt the whole like idea. So what I mean by that is like, I don't know, let's do burgers. Like, so burgers became really popular and they eventually spread to India, but burgers were made out of beef. So and Hindus can't eat beef. So what they did was they started making vegetarian burgers. So the fundamental idea of the burger stayed the same, but like they kind of like adopted, like they put a new spin on the burger. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I think you saw that comment in the Padlet tree to move it over.
I actually don't have the Padlet open.
Oh, okay, that's okay.
Yeah, because I didn't click on the link when it was there. Yeah, so in this culture unit, I believe they also talk about, do they talk about the different regions, like the formal, functional, and all of
we
that?
can talk about that here because that's a Unit 1 concept, but that could be on the exam.
Yeah, so let's just go over that really quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so the formal regions, they're also called homogeneous regions or uniform regions. So they're basically, they have exact boundaries. They're areas with exact boundaries that are politically defined. So like the United States of America, like we are a defined formal region, or like the state of Kansas, that's set. And it's not really like questionable, it's just like there. Functional regions are also known as nodal regions, and they're based around a node of activity and the whatever takes place around it. So an example of a functional region would be the area that a pizza place serves. So the node would be the pizza place, and then everything around it where their customers live and where they deliver to, that would be considered part of the functional region. And lastly, perceptual regions or vernacular regions, and that's basically how people define boundaries in their mind. So like upstate New York, it's not really like defined or recognized by the government, but people still like refer to it and they know what they're talking about because it's like kind of the same in their minds.
Okay. A lot of also people want to cover globalization.
Oh, yes. Okay, so globalization is basically when there's increased interaction between people of different cultures and the whole like global economy becomes integrated. So what this leads to is space-time compression. So that's the feeling of like shorter distances between places, and like there's more interaction between places due to advances in transportation, communication, and technology. So let's just take New York and Tokyo, for example. Like if you were in the 1800s, they would have seemed really far apart because you would have to take a ship and go all the way basically around the globe to get to from New York to Tokyo. But now there's planes, there's social media, there's a lot of technology, and now space-time compression just makes them feel like closer together, and they're also integrated in the global economy. So that's like where globalization comes. And globalization, one of its positives is that it leads to like more stimulation of economies around the world. So people start to be able to use their industrialization and then start trading, and that allows them to consume more, and it just is like a positive cycle there. But it's also criticized for destroying folk culture because it places so much value on pop culture, pop traditions, like just like popular things, that folk cultures aren't really recognized that much in the global marketplace, and they're promoting more homogeneity. I don't know how to say that.
Homogeneity?
But yeah.
If you want to scroll down, Shreya, then they can see what I'm typing, hopefully.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's all good. Okay, so a lot of people are also confused about the relocation spread of culture. So that would be like acculturation. Oh no, I just closed the mind map. Give me 1 second to pull that back up. So a lot of people were confused about acculturation versus assimilation. And there was another thing that people were confused about. And that was I'm not seeing it right now, but I'll see it. Acculturation, assimilation, and syncretism.
Okay, so acculturation is basically when someone moves to, say, they migrate to another place, right? But then they adopt some of the values of the place where they moved. So like whatever's dominant, they adopt some values of that culture, but they still keep their own traditions. So if someone from Mexico moved to the United States, they would still like cook Mexican cuisine. They would still like, I don't know, just believe in like their general traditions and religions, but then they would also start like adopting American values. They would probably try McDonald's. They would start wearing jeans maybe. And, you know, that's like more acculturation. So it's like a combination. That's how I remember acculturation has like 2 C's in it, and that's like combining. And then that moves us into syncretism, which is the blending of 2 cultures, or like religions, languages, anything. And then assimilation is when the people that migrated completely like leave behind their traditional religion, and then they completely take on a new culture of the place that they moved to like try to fit in better. So that can also be a factor in like losing folk culture, because people want to migrate to like better places for like more economic opportunities, but they also want to leave behind their traditional culture to try to fit in better.
Okay, so I see a lot of questions here about can you give examples of syncretism, maybe in language and culture, maybe?
Yeah. Okay. So for syncretism in religion, one of the examples is Sikhism. So it formed when Hinduism and Islam. So they're kind of in like the northern area of India, and both of them, like, there's kind of more Islam dominated in the north and Hinduism dominated in the south. So they're kind of in this like middle region, and that like those religions combined, and then they created a new religion out of it. And another example uh, would be Swahili. So that would be a combination of the Bantu languages of West Africa and the Arabic languages of the Arabian Peninsula. And I think I go over that when we talk about the combining of languages. But yeah, that would be an example of syncretism.
Okay. So I have added these. Don't worry, guys. You will get a link to this mind map when it is done. I have seen that question a lot in here. So somebody asked if we can give real world examples, but we really are giving a lot of real world examples and combinations here. But yeah, let's see. What other important topics do you have to talk about, Shreya?
Yeah, okay, let's do languages. So obviously you need to know your language trees. Oh wait, actually, before I move on, I want to talk about multiculturalism. Multiculturalism. So that's basically when multiple cultures exist in the same society. So like the United States, but that can also lead to something called nativism, and that's basically when the people that are like native to that place kind of like resist immigrants from coming in, even though they can enrich the economy and like bring more diversity. They start to have like conflict between the two groups, so like the native groups and then the immigrants that are coming in, and then they can start to face a lot of discrimination and prejudice that is unwanted, obviously. Okay. So we'll move on to languages. So I'm sure you guys have all seen like the big language tree that has like the huge like base, and then it like goes out into all those like different languages. So I would recommend just like looking over that, looking at how the different languages are related. But they basically like divide into like language families, which are closely related languages, and then they branch off into individual languages. So the oh, did you want to add
I'm
something?
sorry. I'm sorry. I did not mean to interrupt you. But you want to say something here? I'm getting a lot of questions about going in depth on the traditions of religions and in depth on languages. But something that I'm going to tell you is that you're really not going to see a lot of language, and you're not going to see a lot of religion on your exam, if at all, because religion and language are only one. Well, they're each only one of the 11 key topics in Unit 3. So they're really not going to be the things that they test about.
And like knowing the specifics, like it's good, but they're mostly testing like the application rather than just like straight memorization of facts. So I mean, we can like go over the different religions, but I don't know, try to form connections. I'll talk about languages and then I'll move on to religions. So the main language tree is the Indo-European branch, because like half of the world speaks an Indo-European language. So this includes the Romance languages of like Portuguese, Spanish, French, and also like the Dravidian languages, and like uh, some of the Indo-Iranian languages, I believe. It branches off into that. So yeah, just study that language tree, just like form connections there. I don't really think there's anything I can explicitly like say about the languages other than just like learn the connections between them. Um, but some things that like come with languages, so like one of them is an accent, so that's like how different words are pronounced between different people, and that can also lead to something called isoglosses. So these are like boundaries between people that pronounce words differently or like use words differently. So an example of this would be like the boundary between people that call Coca-Cola soda or pop. um so that's the main one in the United States. And then there's also dialects. So that's regional variations of a language created by like different usage of accents, grammars, spelling. So in India, there's a lot of like in each state, there's a lot of different dialects of the same language because different regions have different, you know, like they have their own usage of words. So if someone is near the sea, they're probably going to have a lot more words for like fish, fishing nets, like in boats. But if someone's like more on land and like more mining focused, they're going to have more words for like coal, minerals, and all of that stuff. So that can also influence their like vocabulary. So that can create dialects. What else? So when these dialects start like getting really like different from each other because of, you know, maybe the space between them or like a physical boundary between them, they can eventually form new languages if the people of like either side can't communicate easily with each other.
Can you scroll down so they can see the mind map? I'm sorry, Shreya.
Yeah.
And even maybe a little bit more just so that they can see like what I'm about to put in.
Oh yeah, so pidgin languages and Creole languages. So pidgin languages are basically when two languages come together and their vocabulary is like simplified. There's like more relaxed grammar rules and they're mainly used for trade. So when like, I don't know, two people from like different places like come together, they need some kind of simple form of communication to like just get words across to make a business deal. But Creole languages are like fully integrated combinations of languages. So this would be like Haitian Creole, so that combines traditional African languages along with French because of the colonialism that happened. So that can form Creole languages. And these have like a set vocabulary and like actual grammar rules, and they're like formal languages. And
so
yeah,
somebody asked
languages.
about the examples of Pidgin and Creole languages. So like we said, a Pidgin language, I don't know if you guys can see it yet, but it's Spanglish. It's a combination of Spanish and English. Many Texans or Mexicans may speak this because it's easy to use, you know, when you're talking to somebody from the opposite region, the opposite, you know, different part of the world. But a Creole language is going to be like Haitian Creole because it's a real language that combines some African traditional languages with the Hispaniola traditional language on the island that Haiti is located on that you can, you know, speak, and it's a real language. It has complex vocabulary and complex grammar rules. And grammar rules and vocab is the real difference between Pidgin and Creole languages.
Yeah, and then the last thing I think we need to talk about is the lingua franca. So that's basically like a common language that's used for like business and education and like government. So the most common like lingua francas are like French, Spanish, Chinese, like Mandarin Chinese, and English. So because they can be like a lot of people know like their native language and then a lingua franca, so they're able to communicate with people at their workplace or like with professors or scientists across the world. So that's where lingua francas come in handy. And they've also spread a lot because of like globalization and colonialism. So like French wouldn't even be in Haiti without colonialism. Like they would just use their traditional African languages, but because of the introduction of French, they had like the creolization of their language.
So an example of a lingua franca would be if a Chinese individual comes to San Francisco to do a trade deal, their lingua franca might be English. But if somebody from New York flies to Shanghai, then their lingua franca might be Mandarin. And lingua francas generally tend to be used in the region, so they, you know, they associate a lot with the region that they're actually doing the trade in. So if somebody meets from Russia and Shanghai, and then somebody flies from Hyderabad, India to Shanghai, then, you know, they might speak a common language that they both know, or they might just speak Mandarin Chinese because that's the official language of the region that they're currently in.
And language also like plays a big role in cultural identity. Like people are really attached to their language and they find a lot of like national pride in it. and they can also like influence, like language can influence toponyms because like, or names of places. So I don't know, like someone might name their state after like some kind of like cultural figure or someone that was like really important, some kind of political figure in their history. So yeah, I don't think you need to know any examples of toponyms, but like that's basically it.
So again, the completed mind map will be available at the conclusion of the stream, and we will link it on the resource section of the Fiveable page. We said that many times. You guys always are asking that. And somebody asked, isn't English the official lingua franca of the world? So the thing about lingua franca is it's usually not going to be official. A lingua franca is just going to be agreed upon between the people or the companies who are doing business together. So let me see. Can you talk about...
There's like
Can you talk about competition between languages, like with French versus English in Canada?
Oh yeah, so like in Quebec, you mean, or just in general?
Well, in Quebec and anywhere in Canada, really, because there are two, official languages.
Okay, so in Quebec, I'm pretty sure they speak Quebecois. I think that's how you say
Quebecois,
it.
yeah.
But, yeah, that's like a dialect of French. So they're kind of like they're very firm on their specific dialect, and they feel very different. So that's why they want to split from Canada. But that's like a political geo topic. But yeah, there is competition in Canada between French and English, but I'm pretty sure they teach both of the languages in their schools, and I'm like almost 70% sure that like they have both of their national languages as French and English. Like they have two because
They do.
Yeah, because like French plays such a big role, but I think they're like pretty like interconnected there. And for like around the globe, like what Harrison was talking about before, there's no like one lingua franca because Chinese has like the most users, but English has the widest distribution of users. So it's kind of like iffy to like just define one for the whole world.
And I think that we've actually done a lot on Unit 3 culture. So one of the things that I do want to add that a lot of people have been asking about is, can we talk more about religions in depth? And I want to tell you guys this, that religion is not one of like the major key topics of AP Human Geography. And all of the, AP histories that you're going to take in the future, like WAP, APUSH, AP Euro, religions are really important in those courses. But here, religion is not that important. Like it's really not that important in AP Human Geography. The way that we teach religion in AP Human Geography is really just about, the culture of an area and the cultural landscape. Religion just helps explain, why is this culture in an area? Why do people in India not eat beef? Well, it's because that they're Hindu, and Hindus think that the cow is a sacred animal, so they don't eat beef. So religion just explains the, culture of an area.
Yeah, and religion like important. I think whatever you guys know is like good.
I think you're cutting out.
Excuse me. Can you say that again?
Somebody else says it on the Padlet. I don't know if it's just them. So if we're cutting out or anything, just try refreshing your screen.
Oh yeah, I think it's because of all the people using like on the same crowdcast.
Yeah, we just broke 1,400 people live, by the way, if you guys were curious.
Oh wow. But before we move on to political geography, I just want to go over like the difference between ethnicity versus nationality. So nationality is like your connection to a certain country. So like I identify as like American, or like I identify as Canadian. So you're like declaring kind of like allegiance to a country, I guess. And then ethnicity is more of like your shared ancestry, language, culture, all of that stuff. So like I would be like Indian, like someone else would be like Mexican or something like that.
So yeah, Shreya did just compare and contrast ethnicity and nationality. So I hope that answers that question that just got asked. That's kind of ironic.
And Harrison, do you mind if I go over the political geography unit?
Sure, I can go over agriculture if that's what you feel more strong with.
Yeah, I feel more comfortable with polygeo.
Yeah, so somebody asked if we can go over religion more in depth, and like I said, religion is not going to be one of the big topics on your exam. You might see language, but religion is mainly just used as, an explainer for culture. It explains why this culture happens in this place, So I hope you guys understand that.
I can, I'll just list a few words for each religion, like each major religion, just so you guys can get a gist. For Hinduism, it would be like polytheistic, the caste system, and the Vedas, like that's their holy text. For Buddhism, it would be more like meditation, enlightenment, and it started from Prince Siddhartha. That was like the origin. Judaism would be like more monotheistic, and it started from Abraham. And then Christianity would be like more Jesus, love, faith, and it started from like the Middle East, and then they follow the Bible. Islam would they believe in Allah, and then they say that Muhammad was the last prophet, and then they follow the Quran. Oh yeah, and then oh my god, I completely forgot to go over ethnic versus universalizing religions. I'm sorry. So ethnic religions would be like pretty concentrated in one area, and their followers usually share like a historical experience, and they're from that region for the most part. So the only reason they would spread out of that area would be because of relocation diffusion. And then for universalizing religions, it would be a religion that attempts to gain like as many followers as possible and appeal to everyone regardless of their ethnicity. So they're like Christianity and Islam, they use missionaries and converts to like spread their culture.
All right, Tree explained that really well. And also I wanted to add on that ethnic religions are really going to relate to folk culture, but then universalizing religions are going to relate to popular culture just because of the themes of popular and folk culture.
Yeah.
So somebody asked if we can go over a little of Unit 6 and 7 and how they connect to other units, but they're not going to be on the exam. If they're on the exam, it's going to be like given economic reason for migration. You could just say jobs. Like we're going to go over those FRQ power vocab later, but Unit 6 and 7 are not going to be on your exam because the College Board said that they are not going to be on your exam. Some of you guys tried to link this YouTube video that some guy put out, but really, what the College Board says is what's true. Just because somebody else said that does not mean it's true. Like some random YouTuber said that. Yeah, and I think that that's something that needed to be said. And then the mind map will be shared as a PDF, and will be shared as a PDF at the end of the stream. And like all of the text will be put into a cool text box thing, and you can also look at it visually by zooming in. We do not know what's going to be on the exam, but we are making guesses based on past FRQ data. I'm sorry to interrupt you again, Shreya, but I'm trying to get through all these questions real quick.
And since you guys wanted to, I saw like the poll, like you guys wanted to focus on political geography. I think it would be like a wiser use of our time if we spent more time talking about polygeo rather than 6 and 7. Like we don't want to introduce new concepts and get you guys confused the day before the exam.
Yeah. Totally agreed.
Okay.
Okay. So what do we want to get started with? I can transcribe if you want to talk like you were doing for Unit 3.
Okay, so first we should like distinguish between what a state is and what a nation is because they're always getting confused. But basically a state is like a formally defined region with like a defined boundary, a permanent population, and it has sovereignty over its domestic and international affairs. And it's recognized by other states as a state. So I don't know, like a tribal group in the middle of the Amazon forest, like that wouldn't be a state because they're not recognized as like an independent political entity. So, and then a nation would just be a group of people with like a shared like cultural heritage. They have unifying beliefs and values, and they have like they take up a particular space and then they claim that as their homeland. And they usually want to be their own state, but a lot of the time they can't be their own state. And then when these two things merge, that forms nation states. So these are when a nation and a state overlap. So some examples of this would be like Japan and Iceland. So Japan, 99% of people living in Japan are like Japanese. So that's when like people's cultures and their political boundaries like overlap. And then in Iceland, most of their population is Scandinavian, and they're like actual Icelandic people. So that's when they overlap as well. So a multinational state is basically like a country that dominates more than one nation. So that would be like the United States, because there's multiple like national groups here. There's like, there's like Chinese communities, like Mexican communities, Indian communities. There's all of these like different like nations within them, but it's all like under one state. And also like in Canada, as we talked about before, so like the people of Quebec, they kind of identify as their own nation. So that would be a multinational state, because there would be like the people that identify as like of Quebec, and then there's people that identify like as just Canadian. So those are both confined within the borders of Canada.
Stateless nations?
Oh yeah. Stateless nations are cultural groups that don't have an independent political entity. So again, that would be like the Kurds, that they're like a group of people with like a shared culture, but there's no like Kurd land. There's no like state that's just of them. And another example would be the Catalans in Spain. So they're another like nation that's within Spain, and they don't have their own state, but they want to. They just don't. And yes, as Harrison put on the map, in Palestine, yes.
And then with stateless nations, do you want to talk about de-evolution?
Yeah, so devolution is basically the transfer of like power from like central governments to like smaller governments. So when you have stateless nations, they start to have independent, like they start to have autonomy, and they start to like kind of have their own thing going on, and they're like, oh, we're kind of like separated from the government, like even though they're still like politically and recognized like as part of that government, they kind of do their own thing on the side, and that can lead to devolutionary forces, because there's like a part of your country that's like doing its own thing, and that's gonna lead to some kind of like conflict or like split or whatever.
And then so, like she said, it connects to stateless nations, because stateless nations can ask for de-evolution from their federal government, like with Catalonia and the Basques in Spain. Both of them have gotten regional powers from the central Spanish government in Madrid, because they think that they have a different culture and they're their own nation, so they should have more power to control their people.
Yep. And then the last thing is a multi-state nation. So that's basically when a nation goes across multiple states, but it's not like its own defined thing. So that would actually be Kurdish in the Kurdistan region. Like they kind of lay over like Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. Yeah, and then last year's FRQ actually asked about the Basques and the Catalonians. So they showed us a map of Spain, and then they had like the two regions highlighted, and then they talked about.
Oh, Shreya, I think your mic cut out somehow. I see a little muted icon by you. If you hover over yourself, you should be able to. Oh, I think you got it.
Yeah, I don't know how it muted. I didn't click anything. But yeah, so the people in Catalonia and then the Basques, they have their like a kind of like unique dialect and their own autonomy. So they're kind of like conflicting with the Spanish government on like why they should be separated from Spain, and they want to be their own thing, their own like states.
All right. So what do you want to talk about next?
I think this would be a good time to introduce nationalism. So this would be just like a nation's desire to create and maintain a state of its own, and that basically connects to everything that we were talking about before. So like stateless nations, they have really strong nationalist forces because they want to become their own state, and they have very strong allegiance to their nation, and they want to be like independent. And then this also introduces centripetal and centrifugal forces. So centripetal forces are basically forces that strengthen nationalism. So they like bring people together. And that would be like a shared religion, a shared language, a shared history, like a lot of like patriotism between the people.
I'm sorry, I'm adding it. It's just not syncing very well.
It's okay. And then centrifugal forces are the exact opposite of that. So that would be forces that kind of like push people within a state or a nation like away from each other. So that would be like, that could be a physical barrier between people, like mountains. That could be a centrifugal force, like physically dividing people. Or even like just like different languages. So if one region speaks a different languages than the other, then they would want to be their own thing. Maybe they have like a different dominating religion in that area. And are there any other centripetal and centrifugal forces that you want to talk about?
With centrifugal forces, I kind of want to connect this to de-evolution, because this is when, if you have all these centrifugal forces within like the state of Spain, so that's where you could connect it back to the Catalonians and Basque people. So Catalonians asked for it because they're feeling this centrifugal force because they have a different language than the rest of Spain. The Basques have a slightly different language and religion than the rest of Spain. They're not Catholic like the predominant religion in Spain is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, and I just want to go over colonialism real quick. So that's basically when like a different country comes and like kind of like settles in and like controls what goes on in another country, and that can lead to centrifugal forces as well.
I'm sorry, I'm adding it. It's just not syncing very fast.
It's okay.
When we were talking about nationalism earlier, do you want to introduce territoriality? That's an important key concept on the new CED.
So territoriality is basically when a group of people are willing to like defend and claim their land. So like they're willing to say like this land is mine, like I am protecting its borders, like I live here. Yeah, I don't think they don't need to know in depth about colonialism, right?
The only thing that you can talk about with colonialism that mainly connects to Unit 3, because like you're thinking about the different effects of colonialism. So again, people are asking, we will share this mind map at the end. You guys will get a PDF. You might also get a JPEG if we can create it for you guys to use. You guys can print this out, use this during the exam. Just make sure you're not copy pasting from the mind map, because then that's considered plagiarism. A lot of people are asking about an example of territoriality. Do you know one, Tria?
Wait, let's see. Okay, I know this isn't like part of the curriculum, but let's do like the Mongols. They were like a huge empire in the past, and they had really strong territoriality because they were able to grow their empire a lot, and they were very like defensive of it, and they claimed land like crazy. So that would be like a historical example of territoriality, but I don't think you need to know anything past that, like past the definition.
Yeah, so really with AP Human Geography, the course and exam description doesn't require you to know any specific examples. So what they require you to know is the definition, and they require you to know an application of it. So when you guys are asking for more examples, we're thinking about like how can we help you and make this better, because you guys need the definitions, because then you can come up with examples on your own. Like some of you might have heard of Catalonia referendums on the news, so you already know what this before, but some of you might not know that, but some of you might know about the nation state struggle because you've seen that on the news. Like it's really just about what you know. China could be considered a multinational state. I'm sorry, this is a question, but I would err on the side of caution because the Chinese government likes to say that they are one homogeneous population, and that's one of their things they like to say a lot. I don't know if Shreya will agree with me on this. Do you kind of?
Yeah,
I like to
I
say
do.
that they're one nation state a lot of the times, and they kind of like to forget that the province of Tibet exists, because Tibet is a stateless nation inside of China. So somebody asked a really good question. When it asks for definition on the AP exam or an identify, should I give an example? No. You don't need to give an example unless the question asks for you to explain or describe something. And Amanda will definitely be going over FRQ verbs and practice FRQs starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So then they're going to go from 7 p.m. Eastern time to 9 p.m. Eastern time to do FRQ practice. And we're going up until 6:30 Eastern time. So we have about 1 more hour with talking about this. And then we're going to get into some live trivia to test your knowledge.
Yep. Okay, so some theories about territoriality that were created. So one of them was the organic theory, and it was created by someone named Friedrich Ratzel, and he basically said that if you don't grow your state, like acquire more land and like conquer more land, it's not gonna survive, and you need to gain conquest to even like stay existing as a state. And he basically like connected it to like a living organism. Like if an organism doesn't grow, it's gonna die, sort of thing. And then the heartland theory was created by Mackinder, and he basically said that land-based power was more important because they had more access to land transportation, and they had like land resources like coal and all of that stuff. And then it was hard to get to the inside, like the heartland, as what he called it. So that would be like the center of like Europe and Eurasia. So like the upper central part of it. So he said that it was hard to get there, so it was hard to invade. So whoever had that power was a lot stronger. And then the exact like opposing theory to that is called the Rimland theory, and it was by Spikeman. And he argued that power was derived from controlling maritime areas. So everything around that central Eurasia portion, so like all those coastal areas with like ports and all of that, he said that that was more valuable to like have power over because it was more like strategic for like naval warfare, and they had like access to resources like fish, and they could travel faster because they had access to sea routes. And he said that like land-based travel was also like slow.
They're asking, I don't think we need to move the screen because we're kind of right in the center right now, but we might need to move it when we start talking about our next concept.
Yeah, it should be good right now.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's all the theories that they need to know.
Yeah. Should we move on to boundaries then?
A lot of people are asking about supranationalism now. If you want to talk about that.
Okay, yeah, we can go over that. So supranationals are like kind of like organizations or like cooperation of different like nations to form some kind of agreement to benefit them as a whole. So a supranational would be like NATO and the North Atlantic Treaty. So that was like more for like military strategy and like defense. And then another one would be NAFTA. So that's between like Mexico, Canada, the United States. That's more for free trade between the three nations. So it can be for like military purposes, political purposes, economic purposes. Yeah, I think that's.
Do you want to talk about the EU for trade? Or you might have already, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, the European Union, they have like the common currency between all the European nations, and then they have open borders for like trade. So that's another supranational because it connects different nations. And it,
Okay, can
yes,
you
for
move
a
it over
common
a little
goal.
bit closer to the center, Shreya? A lot of people are
Yeah.
asking. Sorry. That's better. Awesome. So the EU was made for trade with the Eurozone, and then also made for, it's easy to get between the countries now because they have open borders.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are asking if we're going to give you guys a break. This isn't like an online class. You guys can take a break whenever you want to. Like, we're not controlling you. We're not making you stay here. You can get up whenever you want to. And yes, we're going to get to agriculture.
Yeah, and then the replay will be available. So if you do take a break, don't worry about like missing things because you can access it later. And
Yeah.
you can like the trivia is also kind of like a nice 30-minute break in between. So yeah.
A lot of people are asking if the FRQ will be about political geography, and like we said earlier, there's a 50% chance that it's about political geography. And also, when we share this mind map with you, it will change the theme to just like black and white with the background being white, so you guys are able to print it easier. Like, it's going to be easy for you guys to print. Don't worry, we already have this all planned out, worked out. Perfect.
Okay, so I think that's it for supranationalism. So I will move on into the types of boundaries. So the main types of boundaries that like the College Board wants you to know are the antecedent, subsequent, relic, superimposed, militarized, and open boundaries. So we'll just like go over that. So the antecedent boundaries are boundaries drawn before a large population was present. So that would be like the border between the United States and Canada. So they kind of like just like mutually agreed to draw the line along the 49th parallel just to keep the population separate, and populations grew around those boundaries. They didn't grow like the borders didn't get like introduced because of the different people. And then the subsequent boundaries are the exact opposite of that. So they're basically boundaries drawn to accommodate for religious, ethnic, linguistic, or economic differences. So this would be like the boundary between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. So they're like two separate things because Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom and Ireland is like a separate like state. So since they were different and they had like different cultures, they drew their boundary like away from the actual like main state of Ireland.
Can you review the type of boundary that is? Because some people were asking, what type of boundary that was with Northern Ireland.
Oh yeah, that's a subsequent boundary. So like it would be the exact opposite of an antecedent boundary. So it was a boundary drawn after the population is all like developed and like the cultural landscape is present.
Sorry, it's taking a while to sync.
It's okay. So a relic boundary is pretty like simple. It's just a boundary that doesn't exist anymore, but you can kind of still see it on the landscape. So the biggest example of this would be the Great Wall of China. Like the wall is still there, but it doesn't have any more purpose. It's not like an actual official boundary like it used to be. And another one would be the Berlin Wall. Like it's still there and tourists can go and see it, but it doesn't actually divide anymore. Okay, and then a superimposed boundary is a boundary drawn by outside powers. So a lot of the boundaries in Africa are actually superimposed because of something called the Berlin Conference. So this was in all the European nations like Berlin, France, and Spain, I believe. Like a lot of the European nations, they just came and they drew like boundaries like disregarding any kind of like African tribal groups that already existed. They just drew their own borders however they wanted to, and they kind of like forced them to accommodate to like new borders, and they were near new like cultural groups, and that caused a lot of conflict. And that's why a lot of conflict exists in Africa today, because of those boundaries that were just like drawn over by the European nations. And then a geometric boundary is just a boundary that like is very like, you know, straight lines, all of that. And then a militarized boundary is a boundary that's like heavily guarded and discourages like movement across the boundary. So an example of this would be the demilitarized zone between North Korea and South Korea. They have a lot of soldiers there. It's really hard to like get across, or like just impossible in general. And then an open boundary is just a boundary where like you can cross freely, and crossing is unimpeded. So this would be the boundaries between the countries in Europe that signed the Schengen Agreement. You don't need to know that, but it just opened up borders between some of the European countries that signed that agreement.
Don't worry, I'm still with you.
It's okay.
So another thing that a lot of people are asking for is going to be territorial morphology, which is like the shape of states. And then after we do that, that could be one of the next things that we could do is talk about like unitary versus federal. And then we could just talk about the administration of states. So we could talk about unitary versus federal, gerrymandering, all of that stuff later.
Okay, yeah. Let's talk about the state morphology then, like the different shapes of states that exist in the world. So the first one is the compact state. So the distance from the center doesn't vary a lot, so it's more like circular. So some examples are like Poland, Romania, Zimbabwe. They're more circular, and like it makes communication from the center to the borders like very easy. Travel is easier because there's like not any long distances that you need to travel, and it also makes trade easier because, you know, like getting from the center like outside is pretty short distance. An elongated state is exactly what it says. It's elongated. So there's isolation that happens at the periphery, so like the ends of the state, but at the center is mainly where like the capital would be, and communication and travel is good near the center, but as you go outwards, it's hard to communicate and travel to and just like overall connect to the center. So an example of this would be Chile. It's very long and skinny. It's like a strip of land, basically. And that's the main elongated state that you need to know. And it also makes it hard to govern and defend because of the really like lengthy borders and the isolation that happens at the ends of the state. A prorupted state is generally like a compact state, except it has this like extension that just like juts out of it. And what happens with that like proruption, so that extension of that state, it usually has like lower access, and they're usually like isolated from the rest of the state. Like in India, there's like a part where it like sticks out on the side, and the actual like connection between that and like the mainland of India is very skinny, so they can feel very isolated. And again, that can lead to like devolutionary forces because they feel like less connected to the people of India, so they connect more with the people in their area. And lastly, oh wait, no, there's two more. There's a perforated state. So that's when a state is completely inside another country. And what happens is the state that is surrounded, they depend on the state that's around them for like trade, travel, all, and like communicate, because anything that like leaves their country has to go through another state to get to any kind of like borders or to another country. So that would be like South Africa. Lesotho is completely like enveloped by South Africa, and then Italy, Vatican City is completely like surrounded by Italy. And then lastly, a fragmented state is when there's like different like scattered islands, and that causes a lot of like problems with like trade, communication, and traveling and distribution of power. Like in the Philippines and the United States, it's not the United States, but Indonesia, it's there's a lot of islands, so it's kind of hard to get between places and like get messages everywhere, and just like overall like have like a common like governance between them. So they're more likely to have, you know, like stronger local governments than a central government, because they're like on their own little island, so they're going to listen to their local government and not the central government that's like a few islands away.
A lot of people are asking if you can talk about exclaves and enclaves. Shreya, are you there? Hello?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. It's like, did you freeze there?
Yeah, so the exclaves are when like there's a cultural group and it's like excluded from, it's kind of like in its own little place in a country, and then am I getting that right?
No.
The exclave.
So an exclave is going to be like a piece of a country that's separate from the rest of it. So when Shreya was talking about fragmented states earlier, she said the USA, and she was like, no. But technically, the USA is a fragmented state because the USA has the 48 contiguous states, but then we also have Alaska and Hawaii. And we consider Alaska to be the exclave of the United States since it's very far separated, but it is technically mainland connected to the US through Canada. So it's just a piece of a country that is separated from the rest of it. But I think you were mainly referencing enclaves and you were talking about exclaves just now.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go over the federal versus unitary, because that's pretty important. So in a federal state, the power is shared between the central government and like other smaller secondary local governments. And there's multiple levels of power. So like in the United States, we have like, you know, like we have like the city government, state government, and then we have the federal government. And power is diffused pretty evenly between like those levels of the power hierarchy, and it's commonly used in countries where there's like a lot of like ethnic groups and minorities, because it helps accommodate for all of those different cultural needs. And in a unitary state, the central government is really strong, so like local governments don't really have any power. They're just there, or they don't exist at all. And there's no hierarchy of power because it's just mainly the central government. And these are usually used in countries with like more cultural like homogeneity, and there's like not that many minorities, because if most of the country is pretty like culturally similar, there's no need to have like different levels of government to accommodate for that. So an example of a federal state would be like the United States or Russia and India, and then a unitary state would be like China and France, and is a unitary state.
Also on the 2017, I think that's what it was, 2017 FRQ, there was an FRQ between federal and unitary states, and there they said that Germany was the federal state and then Japan was the unitary state. Just wanted to add that in there because that was a previous FRQ if you guys have practiced with that one before. With the administration of power, can we maybe add on about gerrymandering and redistricting?
Yeah. So gerrymandering is when political boundaries, so like for voting districts, they're redrawn to give an advantage to a certain political party. Excuse me. So this happened when like Governor Jerry in the past, like he was contesting for a spot in like local state government, and he redrew all the boundaries of the different voting districts in Massachusetts for his own gain, and that allowed him to win the election. But now it's illegal, of course, and you can't do that. And then the redistricting is when boundaries are redrawn, of course, legally, but this ensures that there's the same number of people in each district. So I don't know, if the city of San Francisco experiences like a large influx of people, they're going to redistrict San Francisco into smaller districts to accommodate for that a lot of population that came in, and keep the population even between each like electoral district or voting district. And let's do the law of the sea. So that basically just like manages like the maritime trade and like the maritime relations between countries, because they want to avoid conflict between like who gets to fish in this area or who gets to extract oil from this area. So the first zone would be the territorial sea, and that would just be like 12 miles from their coastline, and they have total power over this area. The second zone would be
you cut out there for a second. I see some people are saying that. Can you please like review the law of the sea and scroll down on the mind map for them?
Oh yeah.
Can you just start from the beginning? A lot of them are saying that you were cutting out.
Yeah. Okay, so the law of the sea, so like it was established by the United States Convention on the Law of the Sea to like avoid conflict over like sea-based trade, extraction of minerals, fishing, all of that stuff between like two different states. So the first zone would be called territorial sea, and it's 12 miles from their coast. And in this zone, they have like full control over like who can enter, who can go, all of that stuff. And then from 12 miles to 24 miles out, it's called the contiguous zone. So they have limited sovereignty, but they still have a lot of power over like the customs, immigration, sanitation, and all of that. And then past that, so from like the 24th mile to like the 200th mile out, it's called the exclusive economic zone. And this is where that state can explore, extract materials, fish, manage that stuff. And then the last zone is just the high seas. It's not really a zone. It's just anywhere that's like open to any state.
So somebody is wanting to know if the zones overlap or are they just separate? Is it 12 plus 200 or just 200 in total?
It's 200 in total. Yeah, so the first zone would be from like 0 to 12, and then the second zone would technically cover from 0 to 24. The third zone would technically be from 0 to 200.
You can go on. Do you want to talk about, there was one more thing that people were asking about, if I can go find it, sovereignty. Because you mentioned the word limited sovereignty and some of them did not.
Yeah, so sovereignty is basically when a country has like control over its actions. So of course, when like colonialism happens, like they don't have control over their actions. So like the United States can like, since it has sovereign power over its affairs, it can like establish trade agreements with like other countries. It can make its own treaties. It can like just make its own decisions. So that's basically the gist of sovereignty, and it's like power over your decisions and actions. That's like the gist of it. Okay.
I think they get this. They want to know irredentism and balkanization.
Oh yeah. So the devolutionary forces that we talked about before, they can lead to balkanization. So it's actually named after the Balkan states that exploded in conflict. So like Yugoslavia, it exploded in conflict and split into a bunch of different states like Croatia, Serbia. I don't know, I forget the rest, but those strong devolutionary forces lead to balkanization, which is the splitting of a state into multiple smaller states due to like conflict and other forces in between. And irredentism is when So like a country, okay, let's say a country has a piece of it like taken away from it and like claimed by another country, but then relations between them and that country are like fine again, but then they want to claim that piece that they used to own as their own again because their people still live there. It was just taken away from them. So that's like irredentism. So it's like the reclaiming of land that like has a similar like cultural landscape and like the people have like a similar culture to that country that wants to take that land back. Yeah.
And then the last major topic that people want to talk about are conflicts. So that includes boundary conflicts, and then that also includes for them ethnic cleansing and genocide. So we can get that set up in a second after I finish typing this up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we can talk about disputes and conflicts.
Okay, so there's 3 types of like boundary disputes that happen. So one of them is a definitional boundary dispute. So that's when 2 different like groups argue about like where the boundary is. So like one map might say the boundary is here, and the other map might say it's here, and that's where like the argument happens. So like the definition of the boundary is disputed over.
Okay, do you want to go over the next one?
Yeah. And then the next one is locational boundary disputes. So that would just be like a disagreement on where the boundary should be. So someone may believe that, like, I'll take India and Pakistan for an example. So they have a locational boundary dispute over like Kashmir. So India believes that the border should be like around Kashmir, and so it should be part of India. And then Pakistan believes that it should be like this way around Kashmir, so it should be part of Pakistan. So it's basically just like arguing about where the boundary should be set. And then the last one is an operational boundary dispute. So that's a disagreement on how the boundary functions. So country A might see like this boundary as like free trade, free flow of everything. They can like send people to country B can send people into country A, and it's like free flowing. But country B may be like, no, we don't want that boundary to be that open. We don't want people from your country coming into ours. So it's like an argument about like what type of boundary it should be.
Okay, I'm sorry. You can keep going. I'm typing. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So now we have ethnic cleansing
Okay.
and genocide.
Wait, there's actually one boundary dispute that I forgot about. I'm sorry. So it's allocational boundary disputes. So it's about the natural resources that are divided by that boundary. So if there's a coal mine that's like right under a boundary, like 2 countries might compete for who gets that coal mine because it lays right on that boundary. So that could like it's just arguing over the resources that are divided by a boundary. And then yeah, ethnic cleansing and genocide. Okay, so ethnic cleansing occurs when a country wants to, or like some kind of power wants to get rid of all of one ethnicity out of their land. So they don't necessarily have to like, you know, like mass murder them, but they could like take political actions against them, you know, maybe tax them, discriminate, like anything to get them out of their area. But genocide is the systematic, like planned, like murder of people of a certain ethnicity or like religion or just like a certain group of people. So of course this would be like the Holocaust. And then an ethnic cleansing example would be in Yugoslavia. So what we were talking about in for the balkanization part, so the countries in Yugoslavia, like some of them did ethnic cleansing to like make their land like pure, so like all of their people like the same homogeneous population. And yeah, an ethnic cleansing, the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar, that would be an example.
Okay, can you think of any more conflicts with political geography? I'm going to scroll up through the chat here. Ooh, shatter belts, maybe?
Yeah, so those are like areas between like two different states where there's like a lot of conflict that happens. So this again would be the Kashmir region. So there's conflict between India and Pakistan because they're like right next to each other, and then that shatter belt like runs right between them, and it's like that area of conflict over who gets what.
And then a lot of people were confused about aren't locational and definitional kind of the same thing or not really?
Yeah, they're kind of the same thing.
But I do want to add on to that. I don't know if this is what I was thinking or what you were thinking, but on the course and exam description, what we call the CED, a lot of people were confused about that. It's something that the College Board publishes that says everything you need to know for human geography. But they say on there that definitional really deals with where the boundary is on a map, like what parallel it's on. So that could be when the USA and Mexico disagreed whether the border should be in Texas on the Rio Grande River or whether it should be 30 miles north. So that would be a definitional boundary dispute. But with locational, we have the dispute over the location in actual life, because you have different issues with the land of an area, and then you kind of want to dispute this in real life versus, just what we see on the map. Like, because a lot of people in countries don't think that the map is correct, so then we have to redraw the boundary in real life. Because we see all these boundaries on a map, but then we don't actually see these boundaries in real life. That's not something that we don't see all these lines between countries in real life unless we have border closings or border walls. But on the map, we see all these boundaries. So locational dispute is where they are in real life versus where they are on the map. Sorry, that was not succinct or concise at all, but I think you guys got what you needed.
Yeah, that was a good explanation. So is that it for political geography? Because we only have 20-something minutes left to do agriculture.
I can actually get through agriculture really quickly and add a few things on during trivia. But the only other thing I want to talk about is when we were talking about theories, the domino theory.
Oh yeah, so do you want to go over that?
My laptop is telling me that MindMeister servers are down right now.
Oh. I mean, for me, it's still like showing up, but
it's saying that it cannot sync because the MindMeister servers are not connecting.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Hold tight for a minute, guys. This actually could be my Wi-Fi crapping out. Try this. So we can obviously add more to this mind map when we're done with the session, but I do really want to get into agriculture right now instead of talking more about political geography, because I guess that's your hardest, but we've kind of gone over everything you need to know for political geography. If you think that we've missed something, say it in the chat and we'll try to cover it, but
yeah. And my Wi-Fi is being a little spotty, so I'm going to like mute myself and turn off my video for a second to try and fix it. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think that there's some problem with all of our websites that we're using, because I can't access, like I'm using my Wi-Fi extender in my house and the Wi-Fi base. Hi, Amanda.
How's it going?
Fine. We're on Unit 4. We're starting Unit 5 right now, but we're all having some Wi-Fi issues. Like Shri and I are both having Wi-Fi issues at the same time.
I figured I would just step in and let you guys figure out your Wi-Fi issues. So if you want to figure it out, I can.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna go check on my router
or something. So you guys can fix all of those. I'm curious of. I'm gonna turn the chat back on for a minute. See what happens. Enable chat. How y'all doing? We having some fun? This is amazing. The fact that y'all are going through all this content is so awesome. You know, giving them a minute just to get their Wi-Fi up. But I think this is such a cool thing, you know, like how many students are helping each other. They're gonna finish up, they're gonna do Unit 5, and then I've just been pulling on a bunch of practice FRQs to support you. So one of the things I do want to mention is that today's stream is the tail end of a 10 stream series that I did. I went through every single unit and lectured each unit. You know, we did Unit 1, we did a couple streams for Unit 2, and all of that was part of the Cram session. So I know that, like, for some of you, you're like, I really want to, you know, be able to better. Now we're gonna get chat spams. I'll leave it up for a minute. So I know that some of you guys are like, you want like more in-depth content for each piece of you know, each concept. And I feel like for that, like those videos have already been posted, you know, like we already went through that. So we didn't want to like do it again. The mind map will be available as soon as they're done. They'll download the PDF and they'll share it with you. So you'll have it to make sure that you can review everything. And I will be, we are tag teaming this. So I will be back in just a few minutes and we'll be supporting you guys for the last several hours where we talk a lot more about the FRQ portion of things. And we'll talk a little bit about, you know, like all the content as we practice FRQs. And I'm going to turn the chat back off in a second, but I'm just kind of curious. So, you know, there's a lot of people here. And we certainly were, so many more of you guys came than we ever expected. And so of the free videos that you can do, so inside of Fiveable, 95% of our videos are free, right? Of the live streams we've done, of the study guides. And so this is really the only time that we charge for events because all of our content creators are paid throughout the whole year. So you can access the, what's it called? All the other videos that I've done on Fiveable. So if there's a certain topic you're like, I really want to go back and learn more about this, there's tons of content there for you to support. So are you guys good with your Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
I'm not, but we were just about to get to agriculture and I'm kind of moderating during that unit and I think Shri is going to do more of the typing. So I hope that should work for us.
All right. I will turn my video off. I'll be back in a few minutes and I'm going to turn the chat back off. So stay focused, y'all. Make these connections with agriculture. This will help you a lot to be able to connect all of these different concepts. All right. So I'll be back in a few minutes and we will support you on FRQs. You got this.
All right. Guys, I think that we can turn back on the chat if you guys agree to be a little bit more civil and not try to bash people that are in the chat, and please not use inappropriate language like you have been on the Padlet. Like
we're gonna think about the chat, Harrison. We're just gonna, you guys are just stream through Unit 5 and review Unit 5 without the chat. We'll just use Padlet.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks.
So Shreya, I'm gonna need to reformat that, which is not gonna be fun since I can't access it because.
Oh yeah, the mind map problem.
Yeah, that's not good. Okay, so can you like click backspace on that? Backspace.
It's not letting me delete that. That's weird.
Click on justification then. then click backspace. Hopefully that works. Then backspace again. Then back. Okay, then we can, instead of using backspace there, that can be your top. Yeah. And then you have the format down. So basically there, I think that the first thing we're going to talk about is the origins of agriculture. So basically, there are two theories of how agriculture started. I'm sorry if the stream kicked you out. It may have, I'm seeing that on the chat. And no, we're not going to discuss gerrymandering techniques like kidnapping or ballot stuffing or anything like that, because like Amanda said, those are in a different Cram stream. We also have those on a stream in Fiveable. And again, we're not going to cover Unit 6 and 7 topics because they're not going to be on the exam. And yeah, we're going to be posting the link. We're not going to post the link to the mind map because you guys everybody has editing privileges on the World Wide Web for the mind map, but we are going to post a PDF version of it. So I really want to talk about agriculture really quickly. So hopefully that'll work. The mind map will probably be released around like 7 p.m. Eastern. Well, let's just say 8 p.m. Eastern. The mind map will be released around 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so origins of agriculture. There are two main settlement theories. So the first one is that everything started in Mesopotamia. So we have agriculture that started in the Fertile Crescent. So everything started in Mesopotamia, in the Middle East, in the Fertile Crescent. Guys, I'm getting a lot of comments on the Padlet. Like I've just gotten 50 that things can't load. Make sure you're refreshing your page. Let me post that in the Padlet. And somebody asked what agglomeration is, and we're not going to cover that today because agglomeration is a Unit 7 concept, and it's not going to be on the AP exam. So everything started in Mesopotamia, the Fertile Crescent. And basically, you think of the Middle East today, the Middle East is a desert. So what happened in the Middle East? Like, we had all this farming there, but then it was a desert. So basically, what happened is we over-farmed the land, and then we were able to, it desertified the place, so it caused desertification. The land used to be like really fertile. It was awesome for farming. Like it had all the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium nutrients in the soil. You don't have to write that down. But it became desertified because we overused the land and we only planted a few crops in there. But today we know that the first agricultural revolution is what started in Mesopotamia. So if you want to make like a new topic from after origins of agriculture, then we can do the first agricultural revolution. And what happened there was that we learned like how to plant things. We learned, everything that we needed to know. We learned how to plant things, which was called plant domestication, and then we learned how to control animals and grow them, and then that's called animal domestication. So you can really just write down plant and animal domestication. Please do not say weird things on the Padlet because I do not want to hear that. So after the first agricultural revolution, we had the second agricultural revolution. And the main thing about the second agricultural revolution is that it occurred around the time of the Industrial Revolution. So with the Industrial Revolution, we have the fact that, we started using technology in agriculture. So I'll give Shreya a second to finish typing there. No, I am not a male Karen, so whoever's spamming that on the Padlet, I'm about to block you. Amanda is going to be going over tips for answering FRQs when she comes back. Amanda is going to be talking about all the FRQ verbs, comparisons, political, social, all of that great jazz. Like Amanda will be talking about that. We're not going to steal her thunder by talking about that. We're just kind of trying to overview all of the concepts in EP Hug.
Yeah, and if you have any more questions about like these concepts, there's just like go on the Fiveable page and look at the stream that like aligns with this and it goes way more in depth if you have any more doubts.
All right. So after the second agricultural revolution, that's when we introduced things like the plow in agriculture. So basically, we also had new ideas in agriculture. So it wasn't just technology that came with the Industrial Revolution, we also had ideas. So that's when we introduced things like crop rotation, which is when every year you rotate the kind of crop that you put in the field. It's basically to help return the nutrients to the soil by using different crops. Okay, Okay, I'm deleting all these inappropriate comments. So with the ideas that we had, that was crop rotation. That was also intercropping, which is when you plant different crops in the same field. So I plant a row of soybeans, then a row of corn, then a row of soybeans, then a row of corn. Guys, do not worry about the posting of the mind map. We have it under control. Thank you. The stream has not crashed because I see people live on the stream right now. Like I have a live stream bar. I'm sorry, just try refreshing, try opening back up the window. Like I can't help you guys. Like try going to this link too. That should take you to the Cram stream. Okay, so with the third agricultural revolution, that's also referred to as the Green Revolution. So the Green Revolution is when we put GMOs and pesticides into agriculture. Yes, we also refer to it as biotechnology because that's when we started using genetic engineering and genetically modified organisms to where we were able to, have higher yields in crops. So if you want to make a new tab, okay, it will not be considered cheating to use the mind map on the exam as long as you don't just copy paste from the mind map. So we have this higher crop yield because of the new biotechnology that we had. Green Revolution is only the third agricultural revolution. Okay, so with that, we kind of had increased crop yields, and the Green Revolution is kind of the opposite of Thomas Malthus's theory. So when Thomas Malthus said that the population would outgrow the agricultural supply, that was the opposite of what happened in the Green Revolution. In the Green Revolution, we were able to innovate on Thomas Malthus's theory, and we were able to create enough food to feed the growing population. Because around the time of the third agricultural revolution, that was when our population really began to spike. Because after the Industrial Revolution, our population grew from only a few 100 million to a few billion. Like in the span of 100 years, we got billions of more people on the earth. So in the Green Revolution, we found new ways to grow new crops. Okay, so a lot of human geographers in real life say that we could be in a fourth agricultural revolution with Green Revolution with more technology. So somebody asked that in the chat. So the origins of yeah, but that's not really something that they're going to test in the AP exam because that's only certain people regarded as that way. And with the second agricultural revolution, you might want to add that on a tab that we were using factories and we started having commodity chains with agriculture, which is basically when we had the raw materials from the earth, but then we actually had people who would take these raw materials and manufacture them into food. So commodity chains is basically when you follow a product from the start, from the raw materials to the end when it's consumed by the consumer. I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier. There was not a second theory of the origin of agriculture. I'm thinking of urbanization, which is not on your exam, so that doesn't matter. But I was kind of thinking of a combination of the second and first agricultural revolution for some reason. What are the consequences and benefits of the Green Revolution? So basically, we have more food to feed the growing population. We've already had that, though. So the next topic is going to be the types of farming. So we're going to have, after origins of agriculture, we have the types of agriculture. So we're going to have commercial agriculture first. And commercial agriculture is going to be where we have people who grow crops for money. But then we have the opposite of the commercial agriculture, which is when we have subsistence agriculture. And that's when people grow crops just to feed their families. We don't have anybody growing crops to sell at the market. Commercial agriculture is really about the money in agriculture, and it's not about the growing crops for your family. So we see subsistence agriculture a lot in the early stages of the DTM, stages 1, 2, and usually not 3 because that's too early. But with the, because that's too late. But with the stages 1 and 2 of the DTM, which is connecting this back to the population unit, the demographic transition model, for those of you who are asking about connections, we see commercial agriculture later in the DTM. So Anjali is asking about the different economic sectors, and you don't have to know that for this year's AP exam because that's a Unit 7 concept. So then with subsistence agriculture, we also have another type of agriculture, which is intensive agriculture. So with intensive agriculture, you're going to have a lot of labor put in and a lot of labor put in on a small field in a small area. And then that's when you're going to have, usually subsistence agriculture is intensive because you have a large labor input but a small amount of land. And then with commercial agriculture, especially since we're using technology in commercial agriculture with the second agricultural revolution, we're going to be using a lot of technology, so that's going to require low labor input. So extensive agriculture is going to be low labor input on a large amount of land. And then so basically with subsistence agriculture, you also need to know about things like shifting cultivation. And shifting cultivation is where you basically move around in your fields. So it's going to be a small amount of land still because you're only using a different amount of land, but you're moving around to different places. You see shifting cultivation a lot in stage 1 places. I'm not saying stage 1 countries because those don't exist anymore, but we have Amazonian tribes who use shifting cultivation to move around the Amazon to farm because soil in rainforest is usually very unfertile, like it's not good for growing crops, but these people who live in the Amazon who aren't connected to technology need something to survive. So basically we have these people in the Amazon in Africa who move around with shifting cultivation to move around to different fields to be able to grow their products. And a question that I'm seeing a lot, and a lot of misinformation, there are multiple forms of your FRQs. Not everybody will get the same FRQ. Basically, with the FRQs, they're going to be, apparently for Physics C today, it was rumored that there were 10 different FRQ forms. AP Human Geography is taken by about 10 times the amount of people. So you can expect like 20 different FRQ forms. Like, there might be different tests. Not everybody will get the same FRQ. So along with shifting cultivation back to agriculture, we have some slash and burn agriculture. And slash and burn agriculture relates to shifting cultivation because for slash and burn, it needs to be shifting cultivation agriculture. So slash and burn is when you're done with the field that you're using in shifting cultivation, and then it can be a separate tab if you want it to be. But slash and burn agriculture is where you basically slash all of the vines in the jungle. That's how I think of it, like when you're done with it. And basically, after you've slashed it, you burn it. Because if you have a small fire that is very controlled in the forest, especially in the Amazon, I love using Brazil as an example for subsistence agriculture because it really works in stage 1 of the DTM. But with subsistence agriculture, when you burn all of the vines and all the other things that you've slashed, it's going to be it's going to add nutrients to the soil because the ash is actually going to contain some nitrogen from the air because we have N2 gas in our atmosphere. That's a scientific thing that you don't need to know. But then that's going to be returned to the soil through nitrogen because it's that's a nutrient that the soil needs. Okay, guys, please stop spamming. Will this person please stop spamming the Padlet? I have connection between Crowdcast and the stream. I can ban you from the stream. So please stop because I'm trying to actually use this for questions. So moving on. Next, we have the trivia that you can play on the Fiveable website, but I'm going to keep going teaching agriculture. So you guys can play the trivia if you want to, but I am going to just keep going with agriculture so we can keep going. I hope that that's okay with y'all. But if you want to, the trivia is going to be located at app.fiveable.me/AP-hug. And then you should be able to find the live trivia right there. It should be like one of the first things that pops up. So with agriculture. So slash and burn isn't bad for the soil. This question is actually very good in the chat. Basically, slash and burn is going to be returning the nutrients to the soil, but it's bad for our atmosphere because slash and burn agriculture is going to be, it's a fire, and fires are bad for our atmosphere because fires release carbon dioxide and methane, and that's bad. Those are greenhouse gases that warm our atmosphere. So slash and burn is good because it returns nutrients to the soil with shifting cultivation, but then with slash and burn agriculture, you also have the fact that it's going to be putting air pollution because of the greenhouse gases. Make sure when you say pollution, you say air pollution, Shreya.
Oh, yeah.
There, I have put the link to the trivia on the Padlet. If you guys stop spamming it, then you might actually be able to see it. If you scroll up on the Padlet, it'll be right there. So with commercial agriculture, there's not really a ton of special forms like there are with subsistence. So you don't really need to know about that, really. There's like dairy farming, and then there's wheat farming, but those are non-specific. Like you get those from the name. So basically, I'm scouring just to see like what you guys actually like really need to know. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so we have different settlement patterns in agriculture. So after types of agriculture, we have like a new, key topic thing. No, not there, but like, oh, sorry. You're adding more things. So with the Unit 5, we have a new key topic, which is going to be, settlement patterns. So there are some different types of rural settlement patterns. So we have clustered, dispersed, and linear. So I'll start with clustered settlement patterns, and that's basically when a lot of farms and farmhouses are located near each other. So we see this a lot in like hamlets and towns in the United States, because if a lot of farms locate near each other, then they're going to be having more crop yields because the soil in that area is good. Lots of farmers wouldn't locate in an area if the soil isn't good. So with dispersed, that basically just means that there is random farms like in the middle of nowhere. So you do see this a lot also in the US, because you have the like random little town in South Dakota, or you have the random little town in northern Wisconsin. Like there are different places where agriculture takes place, and dispersed is mainly when people just settle randomly, like there's no discernible pattern. So with linear settlements, you're going to have people who basically just settle along a road. So basically think of a really long, like 50-mile long farm to market road. You're basically going to have a ton of different farms along that road, like on the left and right side of the road, and then you're also going to have farms that go farther back past the road. And the linear settlement pattern came to be in the United States because we have these systems called farm to market roads, which is where basically it's a road from the farm to the market. And now that we're talking about markets after settlement patterns, I want to talk about von Thunen's model. So this can just be added on to the settlement patterns if you want to. Shreya. So with von Thunen's model, you're going to have the truck farming and the truck farming is going to be in the center, where the central business district is and where the market is. Center with the central business district. And then your next ring outside of that is going to be dairy farming. And you have that ring outside because dairy spoils easily. And before we had refrigeration technologies in 1826, when von Thunen created this model, we had to have dairy farming really close to the center because milk spoils really fast in heats. Especially if you think about farming in, let's say, Texas in the 1800s, it's really hot. Like, it's really hot on a summer day. If I have to carry milk and walk like 15 miles to the market, that milk will spoil in the hot summer sun. The next ring after that is going to be forestry, unless I'm wrong. I think that it's forestry, right, Shreya?
Yeah.
Okay. So with forestry, you have the lumber, like close to the urban center, but not too close, because you need to be able to have the lumber. Because in the 1800s, we didn't have coal and fossil fuels for energy. We used the cutting down trees and deforestation for energy, because we burn the wood and we burn the other parts of the tree to be able to give us fire, which gave us steam, which turned to turbine, which gave us energy. So forestry used to be really close to the market because it was able to be burned for, different uses in energy. Okay, so the next ring outside of that is going to be grain and crop fields. And basically, these don't really have a reason. They're kind of there because, we just need to be, far enough away from the city center, but not too far. So grains and field crops need some space, but not a ton of space. Okay, and then the last one is going to be ranching and livestock, and this is where the farmers that have cattle live. I know Amanda has a fun story from her dad's farm in Brazil, I think, about growing up there or going there. She has many stories, I think, that she's told you guys in Cram sessions. But we have ranching and livestock far because the cattle need a lot of space to go around and graze. And while Shreya's typing this out, I think that this is really worth noting that agriculture could definitely be a topic on this year's FRQ, especially since they've cut out Unit 6 and 7, and Unit 6 and 7 will not be on the AP exam. They need a space to fill with that FRQ. Usually you have 3 FRQs, and generally you'll have a political FRQ every year. You'll have either a Unit 6 or 7 FRQ, and then you'll have another random FRQ. So since they've cut out the Unit 6 and 7 FRQ, it's a good bet that they're going to test agriculture because they haven't tested it in a really long time. They haven't tested an agriculture FRQ since 2016 when they did the coffee FRQ. That was the last time that they did a major agricultural FRQ and didn't combine with another unit. So this year an agriculture FRQ can be really likely since it's something that they gave a lot more space to when they redesigned the AP Human Geography course this year. And it's, something that hasn't been tested recently that they can test, just like migration and population, like I said earlier.
This mind map is so dope. I'm waiting for, I can't wait to see the whole thing once it's done.
Oh, this one has way more information than the Gov one from yesterday, Amanda.
So you mean that human geography is better than U.S. government?
Perhaps.
Maybe.
Keep going. I'm just here.
Okay. We had a little bit difficulty in the beginning getting started and interacting, but I think it's going pretty good. In criticisms, it doesn't account for natural features like road. And the main criticism from the 21st century is that it doesn't account for technology. We now have refrigeration technology that doesn't have to make dairy farming really close to the city center. So those are 2. Thank you for linking the Cram chart, Amanda, for AP Human Geography. So if anybody clicks that big green button, you can see a Cram chart that kind of just has a little bit less information than this mind map's going to have, but it's something that you can easily print out and actually read on your AP exam, as this mind map is going to have a lot of information. So the next topic that we can cover after von Thunen's model that was recently added to the agriculture unit is going to be, for this year, is going to be the bid rent curve. So you can just add it on the same settlement or whatever you want to do, Shreya. So we have the bid rent curve. So this is something that they could really test when you guys were asking about combinations with Unit 6 and 7 because they're not testing them. They just recently added the bid rent curve in, they kind of snuck it in to the key topics that you have to learn for agriculture this year. So this could definitely be something they test to be a little shady like you guys are talking about on the Padlet. So with the bid rent curve, basically it says that rent and buying spaces, buying land is going to be more expensive near the city center since there is not as much space near the city center and everybody wants to be in the city center. So with the bid rent curve, they also have things like the urban area. That's where you want to be. That's where everybody goes to shop. That's where everybody goes to be. But then the next layer is going to be the suburban or ex-urban areas. So basically they say the rent is moderately high there, buying land is relatively cheap, but it's not too expensive. It's the middle ground. And then really, if you guys want to look it up, we cannot attach pictures to this mind map, I don't believe. But if you Google the bin rent theory, you can see a nice little curve, and it kind of relates to von Thunen's model. So with suburban areas, you're also going to have some manufacturing, and that's why a lot of manufacturers locate there because the land is relatively cheap, relatively expensive, but it's also close to the city center. So the 2 things that the bid rent curve takes into account is going to be the how expensive the land is, the rent of the land, but then it's also going to take in the distance from the city center. Yes.
Y'all,
And
I'm
then
so excited to do these FRQs. Like,
and then the last layer is going to just be residential and farming areas. So this is how they connected the bend-rent curve, because they said on the von Thunen model you have all of the farming far from the CBD, but they said that the farming areas are going to have the lowest rent, and that's where you can spread out. Somebody is spamming the Padlet with, what's the CBD? What's the CBD? The CBD stands for Central Business District. That's what it stands for. It stands for Central Business District, and that's basically like the center city. That's like where everybody wants to be. It's the downtown. CBR is crude birth rate, but CBD is Central Business District. Somebody kind of flipped those in the chat in Padlet, I think. All right. And really, one of the last main things they want us to talk about in the agriculture unit is going to be like just pollution in general, how we're going to affect that. I know I'm getting really close on time, but the last thing I want to touch on is going to be women in agriculture, pollution. Sure, we can touch on pollution. We have 20 minutes. So basically, you're going to have a lot of pollution from agriculture because you have a lot of technology. And with tractors and things, they're going to be burning fossil fuels. So, I'm sorry, illustrious have it. Technology like tractors. So we got these technologies that Shreya is typing about on the from the second agricultural revolution, from the industrial revolution. So these technologies have to burn fossil fuels. When we talked about how forestry was pretty close to the city center in von Thunen's model, that's because we used to take the lumber and timber from trees and burn it for fuel. But now we burn fossil fuels like oil and petroleum in these tractors and other machines that we use on farms that are in commercial agriculture. I'm sorry, I need some water. Oh my gosh, guys, sorry, I forgot to drink water because I was too caught up in talking about agriculture real quick. But with pollution, commercial agriculture pollution is mainly going to deal with fossil fuels and the technologies that we have there. But for subsistence pollution, you're going to have things like fires, slash and burn. But then I also want to talk about something that they referenced on one of the most recent agriculture FRQs, which was fires produce air pollution and slash and burn. But then also in Asia with subsistence agriculture, when we have paddy rice cultivation, so the paddy rice is basically like we throw these kind of rice crops into these waterways. In Asia, we have the terrace farming with a ton of ponds and different waterways, but with those, we have, I'm sorry, in paddy rice cultivation. Yes, so we have methane emissions. So under the ground, there's this layer of methane from when the earth was first created. And so basically with that, we have all of the things like the methane emissions. So it's going to produce air pollution from paddy rice cultivation. This FRQ is a practice on the community forum. If you guys have ever looked at that before, it's pretty cool if you practice FRQs. Basically, the point there was a lot of you said that flooding was going to be an impact of paddy rice, like of making the paddy rice, but that actually wasn't on the rubric because it's not an effect. Basically, flooding is basically something that we do to just make the crops better, but that's not an effect of the farming. An effect of the farming could be air pollution with the methane, or it can be soil degradation because we are using we're using all of this water and we're waterlogging the soil. We're throwing so many nutrients on it just to make it grow, just to give us all of this paddy rice. So, let's see, what else do we have to talk about? Oh, one thing that I forgot, just some basic like agriculture vocab. So we have the we have monocultures. So a monoculture is basically just when you have a field that's growing one crop. So mono meaning one, it's just growing one crop. But with a polyculture, you're growing multiple crops. And a polyculture is considered more sustainable because with the multiple crops in the field, like when we talk about crop rotation and intercropping, those are examples of sustainability in commercial agriculture because you have the multiple crops in the field that are returning the nutrients to the soil. So when we return the nutrients to the soil, we can keep using the land for farming, and we consider that to be sustainable agriculture. Let's see. I'll give Shreya a second to finish typing that. But then,
anything about women in agriculture? I think you were going to cover that.
Oh yeah, I was. I'm sorry.
It's
Keep
okay.
forgetting. All over the place. All right. So with women in agriculture. So we see a lot in developing countries that women are going to be involved in agriculture. Now, we don't see women involved in agriculture usually around the
I'll monitor the chat.
So we have the women who are involved in agriculture, but they're not actually involved in the selling of agriculture. So in developing countries, we do say that women are involved in agriculture a lot because they're kind of like the females that are growing and picking the crops, like they're helping out the males of the household. But basically, the women are not the ones who are going to be selling them. But in developed countries, we have the women who don't really work in the field, but they are the ones who are at market. Because in farmers market, you see a lot of just like, women who are selling crops. You see men who are selling crops. Like in developed countries, women have rights. So in developing countries, you don't see that women have as many rights, especially in Africa and Asia, when you have women who work in the fields, but the men are the ones who go sell the crops at market. So that's really the main difference of women in agriculture. And that was one of the things they emphasized in key topics, like women's roles in a lot of things this year for AP Human Geography was going to be something that they referenced. The last thing that I want to talk about with sustainability, so you can add it on to that monoculture thing, was going to be food deserts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So food deserts are basically an area where you don't have access to fresh food. You don't have access to fresh fruits and fresh vegetables. I see Amanda is laughing at the chat. So basically, we have a lot of abundance of fast food restaurants in urban areas and food deserts because they're cheap, they're easy to buy. That also contributes to obesity rates in those inner urban food deserts. But they don't have access to fresh, healthy fruits and vegetables like you have. I'm hearing problems that there's trivia with the link. The link is on the Padlet, guys. It's linked like 15 times above. I can post the trivia link again in the chat. But
it's all good. It already happened.
Oh, okay, is it already over?
I think so.
I thought that it was still going on. I'm sorry.
No worries, y'all. Y'all need to breathe. Like these.
I'm trying to get through this so I don't steal your last 2 hours, Amanda.
Go ahead. Finish up.
So with food deserts, that area without access, so that kind of hurts the people in that area. I don't think that there are a ton of other agriculture things. Are you thinking of anything, Shreya or Amanda, that I'm just completely missing that's gonna like definitely be on the FRQ? Like, what do you guys?
You've hit everything.
I kind of was all over the place on this one.
Can you zoom out so you can see the whole thing so we can just see our work?
Oh god.
Oh, look at that. Look at that, y'all. That's the whole test on one page. Well, on one website. That's amazing. That's so cool. That's so awesome. So, do you guys have anything left to add on to it?
I mean, if you guys need anything like last minute to study, that the Cram chart that's posted on the green button and that mind map is a really good way to review connections between things right before the test. So you guys got this. Good luck.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to just say, sorry, go ahead.
One last thing. People are complaining that they're not getting a break. Like, take a break whenever you want to. Also, we're going to post the mind map, and like I'll post it as soon as I can once we're done with our part and Amanda's about to start. So that would be a good time to take a break in between now and 6 before we start doing FRQs. Yes, I know that the whole course is not on this mind map, but we included as much as we could, and we included what we thought was important for the course. There were some things that we just didn't include because we didn't think that they were as important as other things. Like you guys talked about possibilism, environmental determinism. Yeah, those are important, but we covered those in another stream anyways. Also, different types of irrigation. we didn't cover those because we didn't think that those were as important. Like, we chose what we thought was important as two students who have made a 5 on this exam before, and we think that this will really help you and really help you for your exam.
Amazing. I just want to like give you both a super shout out because it's hard. It's hard to run a stream with 1,000 people in it, and it's hard to remember 1,500, and it's hard to remember all the content and to type it out in real time. So just a absolute round of applause. Wherever you are watching this stream, just stand up and give them a round of applause. Because I'm impressed. So good job, y'all. All right. Anything else that you guys want to leave as last words of wisdom?
I mean, really, like, this score is not going to define you. If you get a 2 on this exam, but you've tried hard all year and you have an A in the class, like, this doesn't define you. Like, I know you're going to hear that from your teacher and you're going to hear that from a lot of people, but it really doesn't. Like, if you get a 5, like, awesome. That score can define you. Like, you did awesome on that exam. Like, you killed it. You did everything you needed to prepare. You studied. But you could also just study all of the right things, but then they cover one thing on the exam that, like, you glossed over and you never really understood in the first place. Like, if you get a 2, like, if you get a 1, it's fine. It doesn't define you. You can always retake the exam again. It costs money, but you can retake the exam next year. Study. Think about what you missed. And then basically, like, your score doesn't define you. Yes, the only thing your score gives you is possible college credit later in life. Like, the AP class is really just about giving you the chance to study and the chance to learn in this method. Like, you have to learn a lot of things in this class. Like, it might be 100%. A lot of your first AP classes for the 1,400 people. I'm willing to bet that at least 1,000 of you, this is your first AP class that you've ever taken. Your score doesn't represent everything that you've done all year. You know what you've done all year. And you've learned a ton of different study skills. You've learned how to create mind maps. You've learned how to think critically. You've learned how to derive examples from different definitions, connect things to the real world. So, I mean, you can choose what your score means for you. But if you got a 5, awesome, great job. But if you got a 2, don't worry. Like, don't worry about anything. This is not going to make or break you.
Ooh, 100%.
And just the fact that you sat through like 3 hours of us like throwing content at you just like proves how dedicated you are in general. And you guys are going to do amazing. I know that. Good luck.
Dope. All right. Well, if you guys can hang out in the chats and just kind of help out with different questions. But thank you guys both so much for covering all of that.
Yes.
All right. I guess I'll close out of your stuff. And then if you can post the link.
Yeah, I'm preparing the mind map right now.
All right, cool. So for everyone, y'all are in this chat, like, it's just like unbelievable. We're gonna post the link to the mind map in literally 1 minute after he exports the PDF and then links it. And where is trivia? You know, like when you're yelling in the chat as if like yelling or commenting a bunch of times makes us want to answer it, like it doesn't. So, you know, like just mute it, just, you know, minimize the chat if you need to. All right. I'm going to close out you guys' video and then take over for FRQs.
Okay, also one more thing. Marco in the chat seems to be really concerned about what an unintelligible dialect is. So let me just help you break down that word. So if you guys don't know any like vocab words for the exam, like just kind of break it down. Like we've taught you different skills you can use, and it's like this whole AP Human Geography course. If you've watched any Fiveable streams, you've learned how to like break down words, look at their roots. So when I talked about monoculture, I broke it down into 2 words, monoculture. So mono meaning one, and then culture meaning like the creation of food. So with unintelligible dialects, you're going to break it down. So you know that unintelligible means like not intelligent. So it means not smart. It's not, you know, it's not like the special. It's not special. It's not developed. It's not all of the, you know, things that a language has. It doesn't have correct grammar. It doesn't have correct vocab. But then dialect, it's just like a form of the language. Like we talked about defining dialects earlier. So when you talk about an unintelligible dialect without even Googling it or knowing what this word was ahead of time, I'm going to assume it means that it's a dialect that's hard to understand and that it's not well thought out and formatted. But you can Google that too to just double check. If you guys don't understand vocab words, Google the word and put AP Hug after it, and you will get a link to 15 Quizlets that define the word for you in 15 different ways.
All right. Thank you so much for defining that. And I'm going to jump on and break down the FRQ. All right. Thanks, y'all. We'll see you soon.
I'll keep my video and mute on, but there you go. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye. All right, fam. It's been 3 hours of pure gold. Like, I have never taken the AP Human Geography exam, and honestly, like, it just, I wish I had this. I wish I had this kind of help. The mind map is going to be posted in a minute. I promise you the mind map will be posted in a minute. Say it out loud. The mind map will be posted in a minute. Cool. Like, unreal. So okay, so let's talk about the FRQ. So obviously your test is tomorrow, right? And I actually added a poll in here. So if you could open up the poll, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna disable the chat because this is why we can't have nice things, because y'all spam it and you ruin it. And so goodbye chat, you know, like whatever. So I'm gonna talk you guys through everything that you need to know, okay? So like I've been telling you, first of all, you've got to relax. You've got to breathe. You got to relax, because your stress levels, that's going to be the thing that hurts you the most on the test. You know, like chill out, breathe. You've gone through all the content. There's a ton more, you know, resources available for all the different little pieces that you still want to practice. We are going to post the link to the mind map in just a minute. Harrison will post the link.
It's exporting right now.
Okay. I promise. I know. I believe you. And Harrison, you can just replace the Cram chart link with the mind map link. I know you'll have to log out, but go for it. Okay, so let's talk about the FRQs. Let's talk about all the other pieces that you need to know. I'm going to share my screen and we're going to talk through quite a few things first before we do a bunch of practice ones. Okay, so we're going to use Pear Deck in a few minutes, and I'm going to have you guys writing practice submissions. So we're going to see how you stack up. But one thing I really want to mention this first. I'm just going to close out. All right, Harrison, I'm closing out your screen. Okay. One thing I really want to mention first. So I put up a poll that just said, like, if you took the exam right now, what do you think you would get? And by far, the majority of you said 3, 4s, and 5s. So if you're in total panic mode, like you are fine. You're gonna be okay. So let's talk through FRQs. I pulled up some documents that are going to be helpful for us because I want to talk through the process of FRQs from the back end. Like what happens, once you take the test, how will they be scored? What does a really good FRQ look like? What does it look like to actually get a full scored FRQ? And then we'll do a bunch of practice ones so that you can practice, you can submit your response. I'll grade a bunch of them live and we'll be able to see how you stack up. And I might try to put the chat back on later, but for now, I'm just going to talk through this for a little bit. So just to kind of jump into it. So, I'll turn the chat on maybe later, but you know what I will turn on is the Q&A. Okay. So there's a Q&A thing below. You can post questions here and you can upvote them and I will look through them. But I'm gonna be honest, if you post any spam in that Q&A, I'm going to kick you out of this stream. Okay. So there isn't going to be too much warning. There's just going to be, you're just going to lose access to it. So just please use it, wisely. Ask questions. I'll be here even beyond the time and answer questions and help you, but only if it's helpful. All right. So just to talk through the FRQ, what you're going to see tomorrow is you're going to have 2 FRQs. The first one has 2 stimuluses. So that means there's like 2 images. So this is an example of one that has 2 stimuli. This is an example of one that has 1, right? It's just literally 1 picture. The questions are only going to be on units, really units 2, 3, 4, or 5. You are not going to get an FRQ on unit 1. It's just not going to happen. Those never happen. The only thing you might see is if there's like one vocab word that comes up in unit 1 that also comes up in other units, like diffusion, right? Like diffusion comes up in the first unit, and then it definitely comes back in unit 3. But for the most part, that's where to focus, right? 2, 3, 4, 5. At this point, forget unit 1. So in the one that you have 2 stimuli for, you're going to have 25 minutes to answer this question, which is not a lot of time. So first, I want to make sure that you understand, like, the way that they're going to ask, that they're going to set this question up to, is purposely meant to take a lot of time. Like that is how they are dealing with this. It is on purpose. So what you need to make sure that you do is that you track your time appropriately. So at any point, I know that this is open note, right? And I know you have a cram chart, you have a mind map, and you have, things that you can use. You can use open notes, but the moment you look at your notes, you're wasting time. So your goal is to spend the entire time focus on answering the question, on answering as many parts of the question as you can. It's not clear yet how many points you have to get correct to pass. Typically, that number is about 50%. So that's kind of a cool, like, keep that in mind, right? So let's say an FRQ, let's say there's 7 points available. If you can just get like 4 of them, you're on track to pass the exam. Okay, so if you open up the FRQ and you're like, I have no idea what half of these are asking, just try to answer as much as you can. And your goal is do not look at your notes. Especially don't Google anything. Don't try to cheat. But even if you have a book, you have notes in front of you, don't even spend time looking at it, because as soon as you do, you're wasting time. Okay, so this is what happens, right? So you're going to take the test, and you're going to, you can handwrite it or you can type it out. My suggestion to you is to type it, because typing it and then copying and pasting is a whole lot faster than trying to take a picture and uploading the picture. And you do not want to be stuck running out of time. Like if you run out of time, you're going to get 0 points. Even if you did a bunch of it correctly. So your goal is to get this done in time and get as many points as you can. That's what you need to be able to do. This is what it looks like on the back end. Okay, so you'll submit your essays, right? Everyone will submit them. You have your time frame. You're going to submit the essay, and then, the Cram mind map is here. You see the little button? You see, I told you they'd come through. It's been 90 seconds. So you can download the Cram mind map right there. Okay, so to jump back in here, what will happen is that as soon as the test is over, like starting like right away, what they do is they take their responses and they grade a couple thousand at first. And then through that, they create this scoring guideline. And so they essentially determine, okay, how many points is this question worth? And that's based on how many things is this question asking you to do. And then they figure out, okay, based on the first couple thousand that we read, what has to be true to get the point? Like, above all, what has to be in this answer in order to give this student the points? And they create these scoring guidelines, which then support all the other readers, right? So at first, a couple thousand get graded by the top people, the people who are in charge of this exam. And then once they develop this scoring guidelines, then a whole bunch of other teachers start to grade your essays, your FRQs, using these guidelines. So obviously we don't know yet. We have no idea what the question is on tomorrow's test, or even exactly how they're going to be scored. These things are developed afterwards because they have to first see how did students actually interpret this question? What did they write? Because if a lot of students wrote the same thing, then they can decide whether or not they want to give that a point and let it count. So as they're developing the scoring guidelines, this is kind of what you see. Like in this question, this was on last year's exam. So the first one is like, identify one geopolitical event that initiated change in the number of international boundaries in Europe between 1980 and 2013. So for that, obviously you can already start thinking of a lot of different options. And basically what they do on the scoring guidelines is they just list them. So they basically said, okay, they'll take the fall of, or the end, or the breakup of the Soviet Union. So you can see right there, 3 different ways that students were identifying that event. And then they decided we're going to accept all 3, and we'll put that right here. The fall or end of communism in Europe. They will not accept the fall or end of communism in the world, because that's not true. End of the Cold War, fall of the Berlin Wall, fall of, end of, or breakup of Yugoslavia, breakup of Czechoslovakia, and end of the Warsaw Pact. So this is exactly how it works, right? They kind of list out a bunch of different ways that you could then earn that point. The second one, explain how nationalism eliminated boundaries. So this was actually worth 2 points. You had to, so on this question, it said explain and it said describe. So you basically get a point per verb, right? So, or if it says more than one, right? So in here, this is like describe to, so it's going to give you 2 points. In this one, it's explain and it's describe. Explain and it's describe. So each B and C are worth 2 points each. So, here they're saying, here's the explanation that we're going to accept, and here's the description. And in order to get those 2 points, you had to be pretty close in answering that in the way they said. And then same thing for C, right? Here's possible answers for explanation, possible answers for description. And then, obviously the last one. So for ones that there's a lot, right? Describe supranationalism's effect on boundaries. There's a lot that could be said. And so they think of as many as they can, they list them out. And then in order to get the points, yours had to look like this. It had to include that. So this is the real process of how this happens. And it's an important process because it determines, where the lines will be drawn for the FRQ. And it's even more important that that this happens, because as you're taking the test, your goal is to just answer the question as it's being asked. Don't try to throw in other things, don't try to woo them with what you know. Like, as you can see here, it's not about how much you write. It's about, did you write the exact thing that we wanted? And so just to look at, I want to show you an example here, because I think the FRQs a lot of times get, a lot of heat because they're the written portion, right? It feels like it has to be a whole essay. So the thing is, it doesn't. Not only does it not have to be a whole essay, it's a very specific type of writing. So a lot of what in English, you can basically throw out, because in this case you have, so for example, this earned the point. This example right here got full credit. All right, you can see that. Let me zoom in one more time. This got full credit. Maybe this kid got a 5, maybe they didn't, but on this FRQ, they got all 7 points. So I want to just look at this as a perfect example. Remember, this question asked, identify one geopolitical event that initiated change in the number of international boundaries between those years. And this kid said, one geopolitical event that initiated change in the number of European international boundaries. Okay, first of all, the way that this kid set it up is exactly right. Just take the language in the question and repeat it. Identify one geopolitical event. Just start your answer with one geopolitical event, and then see how they literally take the exact language that initiated change in the number of European international boundaries. It's so good that he did that, because it does a few things. One, it really, really, really makes sure that you've answered the question, right? Don't try to write some synonyms. Don't try to rephrase the question. Just copy it word for word. It also makes it super easy for the reader to know what you're about to say, right? This is really easy to follow. I know you're about to answer this question. So this kid says the breakup of the USSR, and that was on the list as something that they could have said, so that counts. And this question was worth 1 point. So they identified it, and then they go on to they actually like do a little bit more, right? They just explain it a little bit, right? In the early 1990s, the USSR faced a slew of economic and political burdens that rendered it impossible for the communist regime to rule over its many satellite states. With regards to international boundaries, the breakup of the USSR directly added many new sovereign nations with complete independence. In Europe, the former satellite states that became new countries increased the number of international boundaries. These nations are, and then they listed them. To be honest, this actually does way more than it had to. Just the first 2 sentences probably would have earned them the point. But it's worth it to just like kind of put in a little bit more, right? Like just in case. So that's a perfect example of one that like gets the points, right? Same thing here. Explain how nationalism can eliminate an international boundary. Watch what this kid does. Nationalism can eliminate an international boundary when, you see, perfect. 2 separate states share a common history, culture, language, religion, or minority ethnic group, right? And then they're going to talk about Germany essentially being, even though there was an international boundary between East and West Germany, the forces to bring Germany together were stronger than the forces to keep them apart. And so they eventually reunited. And so, he talks all about that and he gives that as an example and he gets the points. And he kind of goes on. He does the same thing. Nationalism can create international boundaries. This is perfect. And that's really what I wanted to stress for you. Every time you see every FRQ, when you're answering it, just repeat the way the question is written. It is the best way to get the points on it. Okay. I'm going to take a quick look at the questions that are listed here. Okay. Yes, this will be recorded. So I'll just move this question off. Yes, it will be recorded and it'll be available as soon as I'm done. So you can go back and rewatch it. Do colleges have to see your AP score? I believe that you choose to submit it. So once you take it, you decide whether or not to send it. But I have to be honest though, like school, if you get a bunch of 1s on exams, it's not like SATs where like you need a certain score to get in. They're not going to not admit you because you got a bunch of 1s. What colleges want to see is that you took academic chances. You took on challenges. You took the rigorous classes. You took the AP exams. You tried. You did your best. That's what they want to see. How you do on it is sort of just a bonus, right? Like, because if you get a 3, 4, or 5, then of course you want to submit it to colleges because it counts for credit. That's just money that you're cashing in on. But if you get a 1 or a 2 and you submit it to a college, that's okay. They're going to look at it and say, wow, this kid took this class as a freshman and, sure, they got a 1 or 2, but so what? Especially if it tells your whole story. If you get a 1 on this exam, but you keep going, you take AP World next year and you get a 2, and then you take APUSH the year after and you get a 3. That shows that you are dedicated and that you have grown and you've done everything you could to make yourself better. And if I'm a college admissions counselor, I accept you all day because I want a student who's going to work, who's going to take on things when they get hard. So that I just wanted to mention that. Okay, so that's kind of the background of the FRQs so that you know them. And then let's do a bunch of practice ones. Okay, so I'm just gonna jump in and start doing this. We're using something called Pear Deck. So what will happen is that practice questions will pop up, and you'll be able to join. You can join this class right now, and you'll be able to submit your answers. So let's say you have, like, I'll post up a practice FRQ, and you'll submit a couple sentences, and then I'll grade a few live, and you'll get all these responses later so you can see them. So just go to joinpd.com and put in the code QBHNE. Quick bananas help new elephants. I wonder if there's a limit on Pear Deck. There are a lot of y'all in here, I gotta say. I'm gonna turn the chat on really quick. I really love streaming with the chat. I love it. I find the chat to be very interactive, but not if, not when it's like crazy. So the code is on the screen. It's QBHNE, and you can join at joinpd.com. Okay. Shout out to all of the crammers that have been coming through every week for the last several weeks. I appreciate y'all. You're in the Discord channel, and I'm proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I really am. So if no one's told any of you guys yet, I'm literally so proud of you. I know Pear Deck is going to be insane. Is there a reason why you're posting a bunch of C's? Seems so useless. Yeah, I can post the Discord link. Yes, I will post the Discord link. Y'all are straight tripping. On the bottom of every email. Let me find it. The code should be working. The Mind app is too small, so we'll post a different link for it. Just giving you guys a few more minutes to jump in. This is certainly going to be crazy. Let's see. All right. Whoops. All right, let me open up Discord real quick and give you the link. All right. Okay, there's the Discord. If you want to, join with others. Oops, sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna start the class. So, okay, so let's go through. So here's what we'll do. You can basically respond. So I just took one part from a bunch of old FRQs. So we're not going to do like complete FRQs. We're just going to do one letter because I want you to practice one, analyzing the stimulus, and two, writing a really specific answer that's going to get you the points. Okay, so I want you to practice both of those things. So in this case, we have the first thing you should do is look at the stimulus. Really look at the title, look at the the, what is this called? The key. Okay, look at all those things so that you can clearly tell what is it that you're looking at. So in this case, rate of natural increase 2014. And then you obviously have different colors to show different percentages. So the one with the dots would be 2.1 to 3.9%. And then the question is asking you to identify one region. So pick one region and explain 3 factors that contribute to high population growth rates. So this would be like a loaded question. This one would be worth probably 3 points, maybe 4, because identifying one region would be worth the 4th. So you take the question as is and literally rephrase it. In the region, and then name one factor that contributed to high population growth rates was blank. For example, blank. Like just literally say, this is what it was. And then what I want to do is I want to write like okay, I'm just gonna, this is basically how to set up your answer. One blank was blank. For example, blank, X was Y, for example, Z. Sort of how you can think of it. Make this way bigger. So in this case, the way that you would do it is like, oh geez, pair deck crash. Oh, here we go. One region on this map is Southeast Asia. One factor that contributed to high growth population rates was blank. For example, blank. All right, let's see some of these responses. I feel like this is just going to keep freezing. Here we go. We're out here breaking all the ed tech tools today. Like Crowdcast, Padlet, Pear Deck. All right, look at this one. I'm looking for one that's done. So Central Africa is one region that has high population growth. 3 factors are high birth rate, high total fertility rate, and a high rate of natural increase. This would not earn the points, okay? Maybe they would earn 1 for identifying a region that has high population growth, but then the other 3 points they would not earn because it does not explain it. All this one is doing is identifying 3 factors. You got to explain it. So you have to explain each one. Maybe we should start with an easier one. Maybe we just need more time. Looking for more that are done. Yeah, man, I think we're breaking the, let me hide the responses. I think we're breaking it again. So funny. Okay, so some of the regions that have high population growth, any region that has the dots. So you could say Central Africa, you could say Sub-Saharan Africa. You also could say Asia, right? You could say like Central Asia. As you can see, like Yemen and Oman are in here. But if you focus on Africa, so like what are the factors that you could talk about here? You could talk about, medical supplies, right? You could talk about education. You could talk about access to technology, or any one of those things. But you really want to make sure that you actually practice it, that you explain it. You say exactly like, what do you mean by that? So for example, in Central Africa, there are high population growth rates are due to a lack of access to medicine, right? Because, for example, like, let me just write this one. In sub-Saharan Africa, high population growth rates are due to a lack of medical access. For example, many women do not have access to birth control. Therefore, birth rates are high. That's how you get the points. I'm going to get 1 point now for saying sub-Saharan Africa. I'm going to get another 2 points for explaining this. So I'm saying lack of medical access, and I'm giving that example. I'm explaining it, right? So I don't have to give like the actual birth rates. I don't have to give a really, really specific example, but I have to be able to say, I have to be able to show that I know what this is talking about. All right, I'm trying to go back into Pear Deck. Oh. I think the Pear Deck is barely working. You can't just say high birth rate and get the point, because the verb is explained. The verb is not identified. And so you got to give more. You have to be able to like really explain it. I'm just like not seeing any that are done. I think Pear Deck is really not going to work. Okay, let me ask you a question. You submitted on Pear Deck, and I should be able to see it here, just like done, but it's clearly there's 570 of you in here, so it's seriously lagging. So one other thing that I can do, there's also no names on here. So those of you like read my response, yelling at me, like chill. I have no idea whose is whose. And when you yell at me, I promise you, I ain't gonna read yours. All right, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna pull a bunch from the chat. I don't think that Pear Deck is gonna work. Let me just try refreshing Pear Deck. We're troubleshooting here. We're literally breaking all the tools. There's too many of you. Just try refreshing. I hope it didn't lose. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I am going to look at Pear Deck's like copy. Yeah, it just crashed. Thank you, Pear Deck. All right, no worries. We will do this without Pear Deck. We got this. We got this. How many tabs I've opened? Practice FRQs. And I will share this Google Doc with you after. Not now. Because y'all are crazy and you'll take over. Okay. I do need the chat though. So whoever's stopping the chat, please stop. Someone else is in here. It's fine. Leave the chat open. I'm just going to copy over a few of these and let's just grade them live. Okay. You can drop your answer in the chat. I'm up higher, so can't see all of them. But I'm gonna grade a few, and then we'll do another one. And we'll just keep doing this. Okay, so yeah, it is what it is. We're doing our best. I just don't have the right tools for this, like there's just too many of you. None of these things were made for this. So it's all right. So let me just grade a few of them. So in the Central African region, one factor that contributes to the high population growth rates could be that they don't have family planning like other parts of the world. Another factor is that women, so again, like you should still add in another, for example, explain this a little bit more, For example, like this is really more about birth control, but like just put one more sentence in there. For example, another factor is that women there are not very educated. So instead of just saying women are not very educated, like just say that women don't have access to education. Women don't have as much access to education. Therefore, birth control is not used as expansively. Like just give a little bit more. In the region, Mexico, one of the factors that contribute to high population growth is their economy. Mexico is still in the early stages of industrializing their economy. So the more kids there are, the more work gets complicated. I don't know if this would count. This is really vague. Like if I was grading this, I'd be like, what do you mean the work gets more complicated? I mean, you could just say access to childcare is not as widely available, but you don't necessarily say that, right? So you got to make sure that what you mean actually shows up in there. One region in sub-Saharan Africa, 3 factors that contribute. So I want to pull a few more. Why is everyone saying completed? Did I misspeak? All right, let me take this one. No, there's not a Kahoot. There was a Fiveable trivia that happened, but one region is sub-Saharan Africa. One factor is contributing to high population is lack of women's rights equality. This leads women not having as many rights in how many children they can have. Good. Another factor is cultural practices of the people in sub-Saharan Africa is seen as an honorable thing to have many children. One last factor is lack of development. The lack of development in sub-Saharan Africa contributes to high population because they're not as far along in the demographic transition, meaning they'll have higher birth rates. Exactly. That's good. Those are good. Ooh, this chat is crazy. This is what happens when 1,000 students are, look at this. It's just so funny. All right, let's do a different one. Because I think this one is just asking for too long. This is wild. This is... All right, and disable chat. Okay, let's talk about this next one. So I'm not gonna be able to grade everybody's. That's just not how this is gonna work. That was never the plan, anyways. So let's just talk through this one now. This is talking about infant mortality rate, 2016. So remember, I'm going straight to the title of the chart and then to the key down here. So I can see the darker countries are the higher infant mortality rate. So remember, infant mortality rate is the percentage of infants that pass away before the age of, I think, like 1 or 2. So obviously you can see like the highest infant mortality rate is in Central Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa. But this is asking, it says, describe 2 economic reasons for the level of infant mortality rates in Western Europe. So this is kind of an interesting question, right? So you got to know where Western Europe is. And then if you look at the chart, you can see that it's white, right? So it has 2 to 14 as the infant mortality rate, which is low compared to other parts of the world. And so what this is asking is like, what are 2 economic reasons as to why? So remember, economic, of course, Unit 6 is all about economic sectors, but the term economic it comes up in other places. And so in terms of economic, it's important that you know, just like, you know, you have a good sense of like, what does it mean? What is economic? Anything having to do with money, jobs, right? Like those are really where you should focus. Trade, like those are the big things. So describe 2 reasons for the level of infant mortality rates in Western Europe. Let's see. I'm going to ask a poll for, let me delete these ones. I have one poll to ask you. There's a lot of y'all here. I can spend the last 2 hours doing a lot of different things. And so obviously like the practice FRQs is not working quite like I had hoped. Whoa. For the last 2 hours, would you prefer that we ... keep practicing FRQs like we are. Watch me write perfect FRQs, or I can lecture the entire course again. Not interactive. All right. Oh, God damn. And Crowdcast is super tripping. All right, let me do this one more time. Would you rather keep practicing Okay. Please answer the poll. I'm here for you. Your test is tomorrow. I will do whatever you want me to do for you. I know that like this is not working entirely as we hoped, right? Like obviously Pear Deck didn't work. It just like crashed. So, and then the chat is being weird. And so like, then you like submit responses and I can't grab them all. So we can just keep doing this. We can keep going through this. I have plenty of practice FRQs to practice. And I can, you know, take answers from the chat, but of course, like in the chat, like as you guys paste things in the chat, it's like impossible to answer them, to grade them. And then the other option is that I have plenty of slides. I can go back through content if you'd like me to. This is fascinating. Keep practicing FRQs as we are. Okay. All right. I mean, we can keep doing it. And then I'll enable the chat, but then it's just like impossible to grade your FRQs. I don't have an easy way for you to do that. All right, so let's look at this question then. So if you can answer that question and get ready to answer it in the chat. I'll enable the chat in a minute, and then I'll grab maybe 4 or 5, and then I'm going to disable the chat again. So kind of the only way that we're really able to do this right now. Actually, you know what? The other way that we can do this is we can use the Fiveable community. And then I can grade as you guys post there. That might actually work. Let me just log in and all right, give me 1 sec. This will work. And then this way we can go through and give you lots of feedback. Okay. New topic. FRQ practice AP hug Cram. Okay, now let me put this under the right thing. Okay, this will work. We got this. This is what you call troubleshooting in real time. You know, that's what we're doing. Troubleshooting in real time. Okay, so for this one, the link, I'll post a link in 1 sec. And then you guys are going to post your answers on this thread. Yeah, this is way better. Okay. All right. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Answer this FRQ here. Okay. The community thread is open. You can post a response to this FRQ here. It's just the one part. So I'm not asking you to do the whole thing because it's just a lot of different parts, too many moving parts. So for now, describe 2 economic reasons for the level of infant mortality rates in Western Europe. Why would the infant mortality rates in Western Europe be low? What are the reasons for that? So all you need to do is just, if you don't already have a Fiveable account, just make an account really quick and then click that link, the answer the FRQs here link, and your answers will show up here. And so I will share the screen. Oops. Woo! We haven't run yet. Okay. Now we're going to crash our own community. Oh my God. Okay. Is this working? All right, I'm enabling the chat for a sec. Fiveable should start a school. Community crashed. Cool. Are we having fun yet, y'all? Like, too many people went in. Make a Padlet. All right, I'll try a Padlet. And disable chat. It's just like unbelievable. Like, I've never seen this happen before, that we're just literally crashing everything. Okay, let me get a Padlet going. I don't think I have an account yet. Everyone's watching me just sign up. Probably not the best. Make a Padlet. Okay, and then I just want All right, let's try this one. FRQ practice. It's too much. All right, let's try this. Okay, this is the last thing we're going to try. And then if I can't get this to work, then I'm probably just going to go back through content with you because there's just like no way to make it interactive when there's 1,000 of you. This is really the problem. Unreal. This is unreal. All right, looks like we're in business. Are we out here? Are we doing this? Is this working? Can I get a thumbs up if this is good? Back on that chat game. That was overwhelming. We did do it. Okay, the question was, describe 2 economic reasons for the level of infant mortality rates in Western Europe. Okay, so I'm not reading any responses that come through the chat. So if you're pasting your response in the chat, you're not going to get any response from me. So instead, use the little Padlet link that I just linked on the green button. Okay, so I wonder if I can add the image up here. All right, whatever. Look, this is like freezing again. Okay, the infant mortality rate in Western Europe is very low because, whoops. And this is because of economic factors. First, there are more economic opportunities for women in Western Europe compared to countries in Africa. Since there are more economic opportunities for women in Western Europe, more women are more likely to have jobs, which will cut back the amount of time they have to have a child. Good. If less women are having children, less children will die. Yeah. Another economic factor is that contraceptives are more widespread and cheaper compared to other countries, which will reduce the number of children being born, which will also reduce the number of children dying. Okay, good. Yeah, see, so like this is a good example. Look at you guys bolding them. Like it's like you just trying to say like, hey, read me. Like chill. But this is a good example. Okay, so like you really need to talk about 2 economic reasons. They have to be economic, so they can't be like political or other things. And actually that's a good thing that I'm gonna start looking for a little bit more. And then the other thing is that you have to explain it, right? Because it says describe, so you need to like get into a little bit more of the details. You can't just say because of medicine, right, or something like that. All right, let me scroll way down. Okay. One economic reason for the level of infant mortality rates in Western Europe is the low cost of healthcare. Western Europe's healthcare is partially paid for by the government, and so more people can give birth in a hospital, and more can afford medication of their baby. That is perfect answer, right? Because in this case, you're specifically saying an economic reason. People can afford healthcare. Another economic factor is that there is less poverty in West Europe. This means that families have more money to afford things such as nutritious food for the baby, which in turn would make the baby healthier. Again, perfect, right? People have more economic resources, therefore they can keep their children alive. One economic reason for the low levels of infant mortality rates in Western Europe is the high GDP rates of this region due to one economic reason for the low levels of infant mortality rates in Western Europe is the high GDP rates of this region. Due to this country's wealth, it is able to supply its citizens with adequate medical access, therefore protecting the lives of many infants. Perfect. Oh. Yeah, I already lost it. All right, I think this is getting spammed. People are literally pasting in. Yes, I'm just going to go through myself. Okay. All right. Delete. I'm closing this. Closing this. All right. We're having a day. All right. Forget the Padlet. I will do it myself. The people have spoken. I'm deleting all of these. People have spoken. So I am going to paste in. We'll look at this together, and then I'll answer it. Yeah. Okay, so let me do this one. Woo! All right. So practice FRQ. So in this case, it is, let me zoom in. This is predominant church affiliations by country in the year 2000. Yeah, I'm turning the chat off. Oops. Disable chat. Okay. So, predominant church affiliations by country in the year 2000. It's telling you religious group X, religious group Y, religious group Z. So you have to know what the predominant religions are in these regions. So region 1, or this is X, this is Y, and this is Z. And so actually, as this part of this FRQ, the first thing that you had to do was identify the religions that were being named on this map. So what the answers are here, X is Mormonism, Mormon / LDS. Y is Lutheran, and Z is Baptist. Okay. So identify one of these religious groups and then explain 2 factors that have influenced the distribution shown on the map. Okay, so one religious group shown on religious group X, religious group Z. I'm going to talk about, I'm like, which one am I going to do? Religious group Y are Lutheran, is 2 factors that influence the distribution shown in the map. So one factor that influenced the distribution of Lutherans in the northern states is the original migration of groups that came to this region. Many early settlers, or colonial settlers, many early European settlers were from Germany. Settlers in the northern Midwest were from Germany, and from Germany, which is where Lutheranism originated. Another reason for the clustering of Lutherans in this region is the lack of in-migration from other groups. These states do not have many big cities, so there was not as much migration into them, and Lutherans remained the predominant religious group. That's how it looks. Boom. All right, let's do another one. Now I'm just like doing these. And I will share this Google Doc with you after. Okay. And I'm going to post one more time. I'm posting one more poll because I do want to make sure that you are getting value out of this. Because if you are not, then I'm going to change it up for you, right? So like I'm here to help you. The stream is just obviously bigger than we're able to with some of our tech. So yes, keep answering. Another poll. Hit the poll. Let me know where you're at. And while you do that, I'm going to do one more. I'm for sure going to do this one. Oops, I just... All right, this is a fun one. Language hasn't been on there for quite some time. But okay, so in this case, it says, so I'm looking at a map of Canada, and hit the poll, answer the poll when you have a second, but I'm going to talk through this one. I'm looking at a map of Canada. I can clearly see that there's a shaded area over here. That is where Quebec is. Someone asked, in the earlier Cram sessions, like, do I need to know where everything is in the world? And to be honest, it would help you a lot, because a lot of times you get, just know, like, you have to be able to interpret these maps. You have to be able to know where you're talking about. So at the very least, you got to know like the big regions. That's where you can have the most, success if you know those. Okay, so explain how bilingualism can have a negative impact on a country. Bilingualism, so remember, bilingualism is when the people speak two languages. Bilingualism can have a negative impact on a country because it is a centrifugal force that can pull a country apart. For example, in Canada, the Quebecois movement pushes for Okay, in Canada, French speakers in Quebec often don't feel as connected to the English speaking parts of the country and would prefer to become independent. This is a devolutionary force that can break up a country. Negative, right? Other things I could have said, maybe around that can. I mean, that would be where I would focus on it. All right, let me check the poll, see where you guys are at. Keep answering like this and share the doc. Okay, beautiful. So I will just do this. I'll keep doing this. Although only 400 of you answered the poll, so if the other 1,000 of you could go in and answer that poll, that would be really helpful so that we can. I want to make sure that I'm going to delete this one. I want to make sure that I'm helping you. So I'll keep going. I'll just keep answering FRQ. We'll just keep doing a bunch of them. Oh, okay. So this is just another part of this. Oops. Evolutionary. Okay, so this is another section of this question. Discuss 2 reasons other than language why Canada does not fit the nation state concept. Okay, so other than language, I would say, I mean, you just moved to some of the other pieces, right? So a nation state requires that people within it share common culture, which makes it a state of one nation. Right, so remember, just to real quick recap, just for fun, nation state is like when you have a country with one group of people. So like Japan, right? Most people that live in Japan are Japanese and speak Japanese and have that culture, right? What are the other ones? A stateless nation is a group of people without a country, right? So like Palestine or the Kurds. A multi-state nation is when a group of people live in many different countries. So like Koreans, right? There are Koreans that live in North Korea and there are Koreans that live in South Korea. So they are a multi-state nation. A multi-nation state is a country, it's basically a diverse country. Many different peoples. Okay, so that's sort of like the big ones. I know there's a few more, but okay, so that's just like a quick review. So in this case, a nation state, Canada is not a nation state. Canada is a multi-nation state. So Canada is a multinational state. Because there are so many different cultures that live there. For example, so language aside, for example, the indigenous peoples of Canada are connected to a completely different culture than the, French-speaking people. You know, the like indigenous peoples are their own nation. Also, the in-migration of Canada brings people from all around the world, which makes a city like Toronto one of the most multicultural cities in the world. For these reasons, Canada is not a nation state because it has more than one nation. Right? Point secured. All right. So just to like recap, the reason why I'm going to get these points is because I'm just repeat the question, you know, notice how I set it up. And then I'm always giving one more sentence. For example, like that's a really important sentence to give. Okay. Another one. Just keep taking screenshots. Next page. And I will share these documents. I will share this whole Google Doc with you. Actually, you know what I'll do is publish to the web. And now you will be in the Google Doc, but you can watch along. Okay. Okay, so you're not going to be in the document with me, but you'll be able to see it, and it will update every 5 minutes or so. So you'll have it, it'll be there, and I'll just keep updating. But I can't let you be in this document, otherwise the document will crash. Okay, so let's move on. So we kind of did, the first few were about population and migration, right? So if you think through all the different parts of population and migration, you know, you should definitely be ready to like, I'm just going to actually also, here we go. Possible topics for FRQs. This will be helpful. Okay, so if we just think about like unit 1, nothing, don't study this. Think about possible topics for unit 2. You would have like population pyramids, the DTM, you could have like natalist versus anti-natalist policies. You could have causes of migration, effects of migration, Ravenstein's laws, epidemiological, transition model. What else would come up in it? Let's flip through the book real quick. I was coming up with a list so that you know, like, you know, what should you focus on? Like, literally skip unit 1. Don't spend any time on unit 1 anymore. I guess Malthus could come up. Maybe. I'd be kind of surprised if that happened. Types of migration. Okay, so like causes of migration, types of migration. I mean, types of migration wouldn't necessarily be like a whole thing. So I would say like these are probably the most likely concepts that you would see on unit 2. If it were a unit 2 FRQ. Unit 3, you would have, you know, like distribution of religions, language, just like peoples. So, also as part of the DTM, you could just see like other like population stats, like the natural increase rate, the crude birth rate, the crude death rate, infant mortality, right? Like you could get any kind of graph or map with one of those. Unit 3, you might see like distribution of religions or language. That's like this one. This is showing like this is where people live. You could get the diffusion of culture, or cultural diffusion, right? So you have like hierarchical stimulus, relocation. Boom. Okay. Other things you could have in Unit 3 would be like folk and popular culture. Oh, I want to turn the chat back on. It's going to get crazy. Okay. Let's see. I mean, I don't think you'll be asked, you know, like just about certain religions, like the distribution of religions and language. That's really where things come up, right? I guess you could have like types of architecture, housing / architecture. That could be useful. Religious buildings, language as culture, just like flipping through just to see if anything else would show up. Race and ethnicity. Race and ethnicity would be kind of a surprising FRQ. Like, I'm not really sure what they would ask, but I'll leave it off for now. Okay. If I think about Unit 4, you have like unitary versus federal. You have supranationalism. Evolution, gerrymandering / redistricting, centripetal, centrifugal forces, nation types of states. That's the like nation state, stateless nation, etc. You could have the state morphology. That's the like shapes of states. Devolution. I feel like those are like the big ones that come up. I mean, I guess any other type of like geopolitical issue could come up. Territoriality, boundaries. I mean, I kind of listed that. Law of the sea, I would be kind of shook. Okay. All right. So those are sort of your big, those are kind of your big topics, right? I think this is kind of useful. So like, as you're studying, like you should be able to answer a question that has these. Like being able to define these words is like a given. You got to be able to know what these are. But the more you're like, I think I can answer a question on that, the better you will be, right? Types of agriculture. This is where you have like shifting, Mediterranean, you know, dairy, mixed, etc. And there's I did a whole stream on that. You could have like sustenance versus commercial, agricultural revolutions. You talk about, right, like rise of farming, industrialization, green revolution. We could talk about sustainability and ways we're harming the environment. Which was coming on in my head at first. I'll keep adding to that as we go. But okay, so let's do another one, another practice FRQ down here. So in this case, this is a cultural one, right? So terms in popular culture, they gave you a little chart. These are the decades that are coming up. These are the terms that were like, being spoken, and then the meaning. Groovy. When new words diffuse, they confront barriers. Identify and explain 2 barriers to diffusion that are often encountered even as new terms become more popular. So, one barrier to diffusion is age gaps, generational gaps between, let's just, one barrier to diffusion of popular culture, generational gaps between young and older groups. Oftentimes, slang is popular among young generations, but older generations do not adapt these words, and the trend does not diffuse generationally. Yeah, I mean, generally, like, who said groovy in the 60s? Younger people. Who says selfie in the 2010s? Younger people. Another barrier to diffusion of slang would be is censorship. Popular culture often spreads through mass media. Oops. Popular culture usually spreads through mass media. And in countries like China, where there are government bans on certain like TV shows or websites, then popular terms can't diffuse into that country as they would everywhere else. Okay. And like, what other things I could have said like physical barriers. If there's a massive desert, things just don't transfer as easily, right? Access to technology. If I just don't have internet, I'm not necessarily going to have, I'm not going to be connected to, my other people, right? So like cultural diffusion, right? So you've got relocation, just to like quick review. Relocation is when someone moves and brings culture with them and it spreads. I gotta physically go to another place, right? This happens plenty of times with migrations, where people move around, they bring their religions, their language, their, ideas, their belief systems, their clothes, anything like that. Hierarchical is when someone with power adopts something and it spreads kind of downward. So like, if Jay-Z or Beyonce wears something and then all of a sudden the rest of us are like, I want to wear that. Or if, even, it doesn't have to even be a person. It could just be like a country with power, a state with power, someone in a certain position, right? Like a governor, like they have a lot of influence, right? Someone with influence. Stimulus is when like one thing like leads to, it changes a little bit. So like the culture spreads and triggers a bit of a difference in a new place. So it's like a little bit different. So this happens a lot with technology, right? So for example, like new technology will come out, but people have a lot of ways to adapt it. And so it's not exactly the same as what used to be there, but I'm using that. It's influenced me and I'm now going to build on it, right? Builds on each other. Language does this a lot too. You know, like you hear one thing and then we keep like abbreviating it or something. And then the other one is, I'm like trying to remember this off the top of my head. Anyways, all right, let's keep going. I want to get into politics. Okay, so that's basically like in terms of culture. Like I didn't want to spend all that long on it because that's basically what you need to know, right? In terms of culture, you have distribution of religions and language, cultural diffusion, and then like folk versus pop culture. So anything, right? Like that's what we just did. Pop culture is mass media. Folk is local. All right, let's get into Unit 4. I know Unit 4 and Unit 5 are where most of you guys stress the most. Okay. So let me pop in this one. This was on the test like last year or the year before. Okay. Oops. Okay. So oh man. Explain one positive and one negative impact of a unitary system. So quick reminder, unitary is when there's like one government, one like nationwide government. Not a lot of power in local governments. Federal is when you have a nationwide and local that share power. So the U.S. is a federal government, right? We have our government in D.C. that is nationwide. They, they have 3 branches of government that control everything. But then there's also every single state also has 3 branches of government. Every state has a governor, a legislator, and a Supreme Court. And then even downwards, every city, has like a mayor or some sort of like board. And then there's a lot of shared power. So one positive and one negative impact of a unitary system. One positive impact of a unitary system is that it is much easier to make changes to the law and enforce laws across the country. For example, in a global pandemic, it's much easier for a unitary government to unilaterally protect citizens and support, economic stimulus for the full country. This is because the one government has broad powers and does not have to collaborate with local governments. One negative impact of a unitary system is that they are more susceptible to devolution if smaller groups do not feel represented. If minority groups, for example, the powers that a federal system gives to local governments can help can be enough representation to keep the country together. Right? Like, probably like one example. Okay. Let's check in. All right. How are we feeling? Another poll. Great, this is helpful. Another poll, hit me with your answers. How are you feeling? Great, this is helpful. Okay, I still feel like I need some more help. Or just like terrible, I have no idea what I'm gonna do and I'm watching the clock go down and I'm not sure what I'm doing. Okay, so seems like, I mean, the votes are coming in quick, but it seems like the majority are still feeling like, okay, I still feel like I need some more help. There's definitely a few of you that are feeling terrible. If you're feeling terrible, then I think where you need to really get focused, because you're running out of time, you know, like you only have so many hours left. So if you're feeling terrible, what you need to do is you need to start prioritizing. So if I were you, I would take this list that we, you know, this quick list that we created up top, and I would just organizing it. Organize it into 2 columns for yourself. Things I know really well and things I need a lot more help with. And then you need to spend your time in the next, you know, several hours, 18 hours or so, on the things that you don't feel great with. And they're different for each of you, right? Like that's why like being in a live stream sometimes is, you know, there's a lot of you. Like one-on-one is never going to replace, like this is never going to replace one-on-one. Because if I was just talking to just you, then I could just answer all your questions. And maybe someday we'll add that on Fiveable. But for now, like I like having people in a group because I also think it's nice to see that like you're not alone, you know? So if you're feeling terrible, like you're not alone in feeling that way. And if you're feeling like, well, I still need a little more help. Okay, so let me ask then, more help with what? Keep writing these. Lecture unit 4, lecture unit 5. I'm not going to lecture units 2, 3, or 4. So I'll give you some more options. So a couple options, you know, we still have another 30 minutes, and I'm happy to stay over too. I know that there's just been a number of different tech issues today, so I'm not tripping, you know, like I'm not gonna just like bounce out of the chat and everything once this is over. So I just really want to make sure that you're getting everything you need, that you feel like I got this. Okay, so keep writing FRQs. A number of votes asking to lecture unit 4, a number asking to lecture unit 5. If something else would be helpful, I'm gonna enable the chat for a second. So if something else, if you have another request that you would like, please let me know. Unit 5, please do Unit 4. Keep writing FRQs. Okay, I will keep writing FRQs, and then I'm probably going to lecture Unit 4 a little bit. Woo, look at this. Unit 4, Unit 4, Unit 4. Lecture, please. Unit 4, please help. Let's do them both. Okay. All right. And disable chat. It's just like, okay. All right, let me do a few more practice FRQs, and you have this link. So the link is right there. You can click it so that you can scroll around however you want. But let's do another one, and then I will lecture Unit 4. Actually, I'll probably just like cut through the entire course really quick. Because I want nothing more than for each of you to pass your test. That's what I want. I want to see it. I want to see it so bad. I want to see all of you guys get the points. And so I'm basically here to help you in whatever way you want, because that's what I do. That was the whole point of Fiveable from the beginning. So, okay, so practice FRQ. So in this case, this is showing Maryland's 3rd congressional district. Anytime you see a map that looks like this, like snake, this is showing gerrymandering, right? This district is crazy. Like, think about how spread out this is. It's just like wild that can even be what a district looks like. You know, like how could the people over here need the same things as the people over here? There's completely different needs. So this question is, identify and discuss 2 political consequences that could result from redistricting. One thing to keep in mind is that consequences can be positive or negative, right? They don't have to, the word consequences doesn't specifically tell us either one. So in this case, one political consequence of redistricting. Also keep in mind that it's asking you about political consequence. So one political consequence of redistricting is that minority groups may not be represented in their government. Okay. For example, if the district, I want to be able to explain this in one sentence. Okay, so for example, one redistricting can divide groups between different districts, which takes away, you know what, let me just, one political consequence of redistricting is voter suppression. If a district in a district with a majority Black population, if they are split into 2 districts, which makes the Black population a minority in the 2 rather than a majority in 1, then the Black voters do not have the same power with their votes, right? Because, so let's say, so if you take Baltimore, for example, you know, this is where, like, this is the consequence, right? If redistricting happens on racial lines, because if you have one district that there would normally be a majority, like, Black voting bloc that would likely vote in like-minded, you know, officials, instead of letting them have that power, you divide the district in half. And now instead of a majority, like black voting block, you now have 2 minority voting blocks who then don't vote in like-minded officials. Another political consequence of redistricting is that officials can lose office when their constituents change. If a person was voted in with district that had certain demographics, but then demographics changed, there would be due to redistricting, the original official may not have a chance to be reelected. Right, that could be really difficult if redistricting happens and then people lose their seats. All right, let's do a couple of agricultural ones, and then I'm going to pull up some slides and just like talk you through the course. We're going to get this. We're going to feel good. Okay. All right. Agriculture. Identify one environmental impact from the type of agriculture shown in photo Z. So the first thing that I would want to write is photo Y is sustenance agriculture, and photo Z is commercial agriculture. How do I know? Because all the people, like, this is much more manual, right? They're using machines here. So you can just kind of tell that there's like a difference in the two. Okay, one environmental impact of commercial agriculture, this is easy, right? Is that overuse of pesticides, over farming can harm the soil, right? With commercial farming, commercial farmers often use technology like tractors to harvest crops efficiently, and this can be detrimental to the soil and natural, growth patterns. I mean, yeah. Okay. All right. I think I'm just gonna jump into. Let's see. I have this. Just opened it in another's. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut through a bunch of more examples for you so that you can kind of just take notes on this. This slide deck is on Fiveable. You can search for this on Fiveable, and you can see it there. Obviously, we don't need to spend a ton of time on all of it, but I think this is going to be helpful to just like cut through some more examples. This was from last year. So obviously we don't need, I'm going to skip unit 1 because it's just too late. So I think, you know what, actually, actually, I'll use a different one. Let me just look at the poll again. Lecture Unit 4. Okay, let's just focus on Unit 4. So this was what I covered in the Cram session. There's a whole video of me talking about this. But basically to like give you all of Unit 4. Okay, so we talked about this a little bit. Think of the different types of states, so you can use these examples. Nation state, one country with one culture. Multinational states, one country with many cultures. Multi-state nations, one culture, many countries. And stateless nation, one culture, no country. That's kind of the best way to remember it. So you have, this could totally come up in something. Just make sure you know the difference between these words and that you know some of these examples. And I will, you know what, let me just post a link. Unit 4 slides. Okay, the link is below. All right, so those are your types of states. Moving on. Evolution of the map. Okay, so you got to know some of the history here. The whole idea of a nation state starts in the 1500s to 1800s. So some examples would be like the unification of Germany, where before you have all these tiny little smaller states, or kind of local governments. What were they called? I literally can't think of the name. But eventually you have this idea of like, what if all people who were German that live in this region unified and became one state? So that's a nation state. Nationalism is the force that brings people together, right? So it's the force that makes people want, like, okay, we have a shared religion, we have shared language, we have common enemies. Let's unite and create one country. And there's, nationalism it's a good and bad thing, right? Like bringing people together in that sense can be really powerful, especially when you're fighting against a common enemy, right? Like that can be huge. But it also can be detrimental, because then it's like patriotism on steroids, right? Because it's not just like, woo-ha, like USA. It's like the United States is the best country in the world, and we should, we should prove that to everybody in all these different ways. So these are just some examples of nationalism taking root. Colonialism and decolonization is another historical event that you need to know. So ultimately, colonialism is where Europeans were taking control, Europeans and Americans take control of other lands, and then create these like new boundaries based on their control. So many countries in Europe did this, right? So like England had America as a colony, also had colonies in Africa, the colonies themselves of Britain were, South Africa, Egypt, Australia, Canada. Colonies of France were like Vietnam, Algeria. So really, you can basically figure out like who was a colony of who if you know what language is spoken there. Like anywhere in the world that English is predominantly spoken, it's usually an effect of British colonialism. Anywhere where Portuguese is spoken is an effect of Portuguese colonialism, right? Think about all the states in South America that speak Spanish. That's because Spain colonized those places, whereas Brazil was from Portugal. So that's the way that you can kind of differentiate them. And then eventually all those different places become independent, right? They decolonize, they fight for their independence. India, Algeria, Egypt, Vietnam, America, Canada, right? Everybody ends up fighting for their independence. There's a huge wave of this in the 20th century, especially after World War II, because the colonial European powers were severely impacted by the world wars in World War II, especially, right? Like Britain was ruined by World War II. And so India becoming independent right after World War II makes sense, right? Like that's where they were able to kind of take advantage. Vietnam enters into a war against France almost immediately. And it actually lasts for quite a while, but France is not able to keep hold of Vietnam because they don't have any more money or willpower to be fighting for it. Civil war and genocide can also change the shape of the map, right? Where you have conflict with independence movements, you have mass ethnic cleansing, places like Rwanda that experience that, and people start to move a lot, and it can change the entire shape of the map. Even Israel, may or may not become a state had it not been for the Holocaust, right? So like right after the Holocaust, Israel gains its independence because so many people are going to move there, and the movement for an independent Israel gains a lot of traction, and eventually it's sort of on a global scale something that was approved, right? Okay. Last thing is the Cold War. So the Cold War is essentially the United States and the Soviet Union that each have their own satellite states. So, you have these two superpowers. This is like communism versus capitalism, and they are going to fight each other in a lot of ways, but never directly. Because if they fought each other directly, the world would end. They would have nuked each other, and it would have just been mass destruction. So instead, they fight these proxy wars, where in Vietnam, for example, in the Vietnam War, the US is supporting South Vietnam, the like capitalist side of it, and Russia is supporting North Vietnam, the communist side, right? Ho Chi Minh. And so you have this battle for Vietnam. Like Vietnam gains independence from France and then automatically goes into a civil war where the US takes one side and the Russians take the other, even though Russia or Soviets and America are not actually like shooting at each other. They're fighting each other through Vietnam. And then obviously the end of the Cold War changes the map a ton because all those states in Eastern Europe are now broken. And so like the Czech Republic, right? You now have the Czech Republic and Slovakia. You have Hungary. All of Yugoslavia will break down. And all of these states become independent from the Soviet Union as soon as the Soviets collapse. Excuse me. So that's evolution of the map. Some concepts of political power. So essentially, these are like two of the models that you should know or three of the models to know in this chapter. Organic theory is basically this idea that like states expand and take on other land because they need space to grow. They need the nourishment, right? They need the land, they need the people, and they have every right to do that. It's just basic evolution, right? That like people, as we need more resources, we move around, and the idea is that states do the same thing. But this is basically what the Nazis used to defend their expansion, right? Like Hitler is going to annex Austria because he argues that he has the right to do it, that there are many people of German descent or that speak German lived in Austria. Therefore, like Germany needs this more space, needs more land, needs more people. They have every right to kind of, take over Austria. So this is not something that we like use today. The other two theories are heartland and rimland. So the heartland theory is basically that like this land here, this red land, is the most valuable in the world because it's protected from it's protected from the waters, right? It's hard to attack it because you can't use like naval forces. And then there's a lot of people. It's a huge population here. And there's a lot of natural resources. So as long as you have coal, you are protected and you can produce a lot, economically. The reverse of that argues that the blue is the most valuable land because you have access to sea power. And this, if you argue this, then you would say that sea power is more useful than land power because, you know, like you can get around faster, you have better ships, you know, and so it's easier to trade, you can gain more economic control. So they're just competing theories. Neither one is correct. They just are different lenses, right? Of like, if you're trying to understand who gains power and why, this kind of explains that. So some types of boundaries, honestly, I don't think that these are going to be too specific on the test, but essentially, you know, all the different boundaries that, you know, borders that exist in the world, they all look a little bit different, right? So sometimes there's really, really straight lines like in Africa, and these are ones that are just, these are geometric, like someone just drew a line and had no sense of, you know, natural boundaries or cultural boundaries, right? Cultural boundaries are sort of like, well, people on this side tend to use this type of agriculture or speak this language, whereas people on this side speak this other language. And so we'll draw a boundary there. Or you might use just like a river, right? The Mississippi River is a boundary for many states. Gerrymandering, we talked about a little bit, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that. But essentially, it's just redistricting, right? Changing the district, the shape of the district to accommodate whatever it is that you're trying to do. So if it's a Democrat in power, they're going to try to make sure that Democrats have more power across the state. If it's a Republican in power, same thing. And so this can be very detrimental to the state and the people that live there because it suppresses the votes, like for anybody. Okay, so federal versus unitary, we also talked about because we did one practice FRQ on it. So this is just a map of like all the green states are federal states, all the blue are unitary. So if you need a few more examples, just to like keep in your head, France is a federal, Germany. Okay, unitary states would include France, Spain, United Kingdom, China, right? China's got one big government. A lot of the states in Africa don't work in federal governments. And then the green ones of federalism would be the US, Canada, Mexico, Russia, Australia, India, Brazil. These would be some of the big ones. Germany. Was that Belgium? Belgium. All right. I don't think the shape of states was going to be on there. Okay, let's talk about devolution. The last part about Unit 4. Okay, so essentially, supranationalism is when there's a lot of states, many different states, are part of an organization that benefits all of them, right? It supersedes states. It's not just, you know, America working with Americans on American issues. It's America working with Canada and Mexico on North American issues. So some examples would be the United Nations. This was formed in 1945, thinking about peace, security, human rights. There are basically all countries are part of the UN, with the exception of a few. Then they're based in New York City. NATO, this is the North Atlantic Treaty. And so in this case, it's essentially like mutual defense. So the idea here was to team up so that it was basically started after World War II as a result of what the Soviets started. They started the Warsaw Pact. And so they had basically created this alliance of all of the countries that were under Soviet influence. And so NATO was the result of that. And so this was basically like mutual defense of North Atlantic countries. The European Union is political and economic, but it includes most of the countries of Europe, and it's based in Brussels. And NAFTA is like the EU, but in North America. So this is the North American Free Trade Agreement. And this is like US, Canada, and Mexico, and that we have free trade amongst each other. So supranationalism. This also exists economically, right? So there's other groups that exist that are above the states. So like the World Trade Organization, where they basically regulate trade between countries. And so the reason why this is a good thing, because it basically created a much more globalized economy very quickly, which produces a ton of wealth for a lot of corporations, a lot of people. But it can also be bad because it tends to not benefit local businesses, right? So when you are a local store trying to compete with, much bigger corporations that are trading internationally, you just like can't. And so that can be really detrimental. The Southeast what does this stand for? The Southeast Asian Association of Nations is essentially it's kind of like the EU, but in Southeast Asia. OPEC stabilizes the oil markets, and then transnational corporations. Any of those big businesses, Nike, Google, Netflix, Apple, Facebook, these are like massive corporations, Amazon, that exist everywhere, right? So if the United States creates a law that limits something that one of those companies can do, they're going to move elsewhere. Right? Like their success, their growth does not depend on one country because they exist globally. Okay, so talking about devolution, this is if I had to guess on what in Unit 4 could be on the test, I don't know. I'm drawn towards devolution. I have actually no idea, but I'm just kind of drawn. So if I think about devolution as the breakdown of states, you can clearly see that this is basically what the British Empire looked like in, I think, 1915 or so. So in the beginning of the 20th century, the British Empire had colonies across the entire world. Canada, lots of states in Africa. They had Egypt, they had Sudan, South Africa, India, Pakistan, Australia, like tons of different places. So, at first this is what they look like. But as time went on throughout the 20th century, now Britain looks like this, right? Like all of those countries have left. It's devolved, right? It's broken down. All these countries have gained their independence for different reasons. And some of them, it happened in a more violent way. Some of them happened in a more diplomatic way. But now this is what Britain looks like. They still have, there's like the Falkland Islands. So they still have influence. Like we speak English, but it devolved. And so how did it devolve? So sometimes things can devolve because of physical geography. So just straight up isolation, right? You have mountains in between people. They don't feel connected anymore, right? So if there's a whole bunch of mountains, then it's like, well, we may as well become our own state rather than be a part of theirs because we are isolated. Ethnic separatism can happen when a minority group wants independence. So Ireland, the Irish, wanted independence from Britain because Irish is a completely different group of people than British. They speak a different language. They have a different history. They have different religions. And so because of that, there was a split. And the force pulling them away from England was intense. And so eventually Ireland gained their independence because of ethnic separatism. Terrorism is a tool that can be used by ethnic separatists, but terrorism can ultimately lead to devolution, right? So in Spain, you have the Basques who speak another language than the Spanish, and ultimately use terrorism through this group, the ETA, to get to a place where they can be independent, which they are not yet. Maybe someday they will be. So economics is another thing, control of resources, right? Like, you know, you want to have the control of natural resources, of trade lines, of any companies or shipping materials. And so if you don't, then that can be a force that pulls people apart. We talked about this a little bit, but just generally, like, if people speak a different language, that alone can pull them apart and can lead to devolution. Irredentism is basically, it's a movement that is trying to unite people by language across nations. So this one example is in Armenia or Azerbaijan. And so essentially what happened is this one group of people, after the Soviet Union fell, they were technically part of Azerbaijan, but they spoke Armenian. And so they declared war. They fought for their independence, and then they eventually became part of Armenia. And so that was an example here. This, like, let's unite the Armenians. I hope this is helpful, y'all. So basically, states, when they actually devolve, it can look like a lot of different things. It doesn't necessarily mean that they will just become an independent state. That's one thing that could happen. But it also means that there could just be like a region that has autonomy, that has power for themselves. And in that case, it's like, think about like the Navajos in the US. They have their own laws. They're autonomous. They, like, a lot of the Native American spaces exist without like having to abide by the same laws as the US. They have their own local governments, but they're not actually they're not independent. They are part of the bigger state, right? So the Navajos are still part of the US, even though they have their own like jurisdiction, right? They run their own governments in a lot of ways. Subnationalism would be like, they don't necessarily they're not autonomous. They're like the people in Quebec, they are part of Canada. They don't have their own region. They don't necessarily have their own jurisdiction, but they have a very, very strong allegiance to that group. The Uyghurs in China, people in Crimea, right? Like these are groups that they don't have their own place, but they have an allegiance to a minority group. And the last one is balkanization. The best example here is Yugoslavia. This is where you have like the entire region is in ethnic conflict. And so the whole state is going to fragment into smaller states, usually along like language lines. So this is a map that shows which languages were spoken in Yugoslavia. And if you take the map of the current states of the Balkans, it looks about the same, right? So Croatia became, like, the people who spoke Croatian, people who identified as Croatian, became the state of Croatia. Bosnia has people who are Bosniak. Serbia has the Serbians. And so all these different languages kind of broke down, and now we have a bunch of states there, and it was a very violent situation that had happened. A couple more things that come up in here. Time-space compression. So basically, like, as time has gone on, as technology has gotten better, communication between people has gotten so much easier. And that means that, like, ideas of democracy have spread a lot faster. So like the Arab Spring that happened in 2011, it doesn't happen without social media. People tweeted and were on Facebook so much promoting these protests, and word spread really, really fast. And even outside of Egypt, right? Everybody knew what was happening. People were posting pictures and tweets and videos. And so everyone could see. And so what happened is that as soon as it happened in Egypt, it spread really fast. And so all of a sudden you got these same protests happening in Libya and Algeria and Lebanon, right? Like, where people were overthrowing dictators for the same reasons. Even though they weren't necessarily connected, they're like, if it's working there, it can work here. Okay, the very last thing that comes up in this unit is centrifugal and centripetal forces. So centrifugal, like think of that F, it pushes people farther apart. Centrifugal, farther. So things that push people apart, regionalism, right? This is where people are more connected with their region, right? Think about the US, right? Like you think about like the South versus the East versus the West. And maybe we don't feel as connected as a whole country, but you feel more connected to your region. Economic divisions, huge gaps between the rich and the poor, makes it really hard to form state unity. Again, you can even think of all these forces are true in the US, right? You have the 1%, you have the 99%, and it's like you feel like you're living in a different country. And so are you going to fight for the same things? Are you going to fight to stay together? Maybe yes, maybe no. Ethno-national groups, where you have essentially state conflict leaves room for minority groups to gain power. So as long as like Syria and Iraq are fighting, the Kurds have a shot to become independent. If you watch any reality show, this is what happens, right? Like two people will cause drama between two other people, and now all of a sudden I've got a chance. I'm going to keep gaining power. No one's looking at me anymore. And cultural differences. People just speak different languages, different religions, different ethnicities, and so they are different. They're apart because of that. The opposite, centripetal forces, are pulling people together. So think about some of the like institutions that we have. Every single one of you, if you've been through middle school, you took American history, you learned about the American Revolution. By the time you graduate high school, you would have taken 2, if not 3 years of American history, even though there's an entire world to learn about. But that's on purpose, because if we all go to American schools and are learning American history, then we're connected to a larger force, right? We feel a part of something together. Or like July 4th, we're going to celebrate this holiday together, any Independence Day. It brings people together. It makes them feel whole. Just strong patriotism. Think about the Olympics or the World Cup. Any one of these massive events happen, and now we're all wearing jerseys and chanting, about our countries, and those bring people together. Even though we're from different states, we're from different regions, we have different languages, different religions, we still feel a part of something because we're rooting for the same team. Political equality. When people are represented and when justice is fair, that pulls people together, right? Even though I might disagree with my neighbors, if I know that I am represented in my government and that we are going to be fairly treated, then we're not going to have so much fighting between us. The differences between us don't matter as much because we can coexist, and it's better. It's peaceful. And then also like customs and rituals. Think about just the fact that we sing the national anthem at every single sports game. Why do we do that? That has not always been true, right? But we do it because it is part of that unity. It's actually like really like militaristic, right? We sing the national anthem at every single sports game because it's kind of like a military tradition, right? Even think about like there's even like military things that happen, like the flyovers. They're happening right now. The Blue Angels flying over New York City. Like, why? Right? It's supposed to bring people together, right? It makes you feel a part of something, even though you don't know each other. You have a lot of differences. Or doing the Pledge of Allegiance. You get up at school, you might do the Pledge of Allegiance every morning. And it's like, you're literally pledging your allegiance to this country. So these are some examples of centripetal forces. That was all of Unit 4 in 20 minutes. Hope that was helpful. I'm going to turn the chat back on because there's far less of you in here. Was that helpful? I'm so tired. Yeah. These slides are also on Fiveable. This is the kind of stuff that we do, you know, like we were trying to just try some stuff with, you know, being more interactive, and it just like, all right, Inky, I'm kicking you out because you clearly don't. Bye. It's too much. You want me to plug the merch? You guys want Fiveable shirts? I don't even have them up anywhere, I don't think. Part 2. Okay, slides are linked. Part 2. Yeah, sure, I'll plug the merch. Fiveable.me. We have it somewhere. No, let me find it. It's all right. So yeah, this whole video will be a oh my god. This whole video will be a replay, so you'll be able to watch it. And there's also like a ton of other videos that you can watch. /Fiveable. That is not us. No, we have a store. Boom. All right, here you go. Okay, listen, the mind map, I will, I'll ask Harrison to, I mean, I think you just got to zoom in, you know? So like if let's look at the mind map together. Oh, damn it. Fiveable merch. There you go. Yeah, I see here. I see. So I realize that it's too small, but you just got to like zoom in. Like it includes the entire thing, you know? So just zoom in. Like if you're trying to print this to use on the test, it's just like a lot, you know? Are we done? We can be done. Do you want to be done? Scroll down. What do you want me to scroll down to? Yeah, it's 20 pages. It shows everything that was listed on here. So I would say either use the mind map or use the, we posted this on Twitter. Use this other Cram chart. This is probably even better. This you can definitely print on one page. All right, well, if you need a Unit 5 review, there are videos on Fiveable that can help you. Okay. We spent more than 5 hours. Okay. This is what I will do for you. As soon as the stream is over, everyone will get an email from me. I will link on it slides that will help you, unit guides that will help you, mind map, and everything. Okay. I will give you an email that just has everything, like boom, here you go. All right. And I promise you, you will get it from me in a minute. And as soon as I end this stream, then it will turn into a replay. Okay, so let me just take a minute. And someone said speech. If you emailed me, I promise you I will see it. I've been here with you guys, so I will go through it. All right, so let's just talk a little bit about how you should feel right now. You have been here. You have been in this stream now we've been live for 5 hours and 14 minutes. If all you had to do, if you gave any ounce of, focus in this time, while Harrison and Shreya were going through the mind map, if you were taking notes, if you were listening, if you were paying close attention to what they were saying, then when I came in, if you were listening through the FRQs, you were practicing. And to be honest, I saw a lot of your responses that you had submitted before things were crashing, and they were awesome. Like, as far as I can tell, this group of you guys, you are in such a good place. You truly, truly are. I know that some of you are thinking, I didn't do any work this year. I feel like I didn't learn anything. I feel like I'm just starting to get studying. I know in your head you start to go all those different directions, but I promise you, like, that's not reality. You are ready for this. You've been doing the work. You've shown up, you've been in class all year. You've been reading the book. You've been doing your homework. You've been listening. You've been watching videos. And in the last few days, you've been putting in the work. You've been doing the work. Okay. So you are, okay, Katrina, I get it, but I'm about to kick you out too. So please stop. You've been doing the work. You are ready for this test. Okay. So if the test were in 5 minutes, you guys would be okay. Make sure that you show up early and test your equipment, that you go through and do the demo of it. I'll put that link in the email as well. And don't try to cheat on this test. Just turn off your other tabs, close out of all apps, throw your phone across the room. You don't need it, and you should not use it. If I were you, like if I were taking this test tomorrow, the way that I would set my screen up, I would use a computer. Like if I have the choice, obviously, if you have to use your phone, you got to use your phone. But I would use a computer. I would have the test on one side and a Google Doc on the other. And as soon as the test goes live, I'm just typing in the Google Doc. Don't have any other tabs open. Nothing. Don't Google anything. Don't, obviously you have your, books or your notes, but it's like it's just sort of like, it's a waste of your time. You only have 25 minutes to answer the first question. So as soon as the time starts, start writing. You got to just put it on paper. Get the words on paper. If you finish and you feel like, I think I actually just finished that, and you have a few minutes, then like double check, Let me just share my screen really quick and just show you. Someone said, how do I share it? Look, this is literally what my screen would look like if I were taking the test. Okay, obviously here's Crowdcast. Let's say this is the test. This is not the test. Obviously, this is scoring guidelines from 2017. And then let's say, let's say this is my Google Doc. Pull the tab out. Put one tab on one side of the screen. Put one tab on the other side of the screen. And so you literally have them both. I'd be looking at the test. I'd be like, okay, what's the question? And then I would just be like, question one, and just start writing. I would just write. I would write and write and write and write. And then as soon as I'm done writing, then I'm like, okay, I might have a few minutes. If I really, 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 really need to double check, excuse me, then double check something. But for the most part, you should be good. Trust yourself, And then once the time is up, well, you have 5 minutes to submit your answer. And at that point, you want to, copy and paste. Like, you don't don't test yourself, don't wait until the last 30 seconds to move it over. You really want to make sure to get that in there. How I split my screen is I have a little app called Magnet, and it makes it so that I have hotkeys. So I push one to one side, one to the other, but you can just literally move it over. Can you have your online notes open on another computer? Don't. Yes, you can, right? You are allowed to use your notes, but if you use your notes, you are wasting time. That's how you need to think about it. I need to take this test without looking at my notes, because that gives you the best chance of scoring points. They've told you this a bunch of times, that they're going to ask you more questions than you can even answer. They're going to pack it in so that you look at it and you're like, how the hell am I going to answer this in 15 minutes? So if you stop at all to look at your notes, you are wasting time. Okay. Yes, this other example here is Grammarly. Disable Grammarly if you have it. I have the plugin on my computer and I use it all the time. Just disable it. Disable any other app that you have that might show up, pop up, do anything. It is not worth it. Literally do not send any text. If you're in a group chat and your friends are texting each other, don't involve yourself, because what could happen is if College Board gets wind of that somehow, how, I have no idea, but if they got wind of it and you texted in that group chat, that is something that can be documented. Don't put that anywhere, because it is not worth it. So to close out, I just want to say, I am super proud of each of you. I really am, because first of all, a lot of y'all are freshmen and this is your first AP exam. The fact that you're even taking an AP exam in 9th grade is awesome. It's awesome. You are in such a better spot than so many other students. I took one AP in high school and it was psychology, and I took it my senior year. I never would have thought to take a test in 9th grade. So you're fine, just trust yourself. Say it out loud. I literally want you to say this out loud wherever you're sitting right now. I trust myself. I can do this. Say it. Literally say it out loud. I don't care who can hear you. Say, I can do this. I can do this. All right. I got this. I got this. I know I got this. I've been putting in the work. I got this. All right. That's what we've been practicing. Just say it out loud. Say it before you go to bed. Say it when you wake up in the morning. Say it during lunch. Say it at breakfast. Just keep repeating it to yourself. I got this. I got this. It is you versus the test. I got this. Don't say I don't got this. Don't let those ideas creep into your head. You got this. You got this. My mom yelled at me. You can yell it from the top of your lungs if you can, let everyone in your building, let everyone in your family, let everyone on your street know, I got this. I'm taking my test tomorrow and I got this. Y'all got this. And as soon as you're done with the test, I want to hear about how it went. I don't want to hear what the questions were. I don't want you to share that, and I don't want you to get in trouble. I want to hear that you did it. You got it. You got this. You got this. I want you to hear it all the time. I want you to hear as you're taking the test. I want you to think about me. I want you to think Amanda thinks I got this because I got this. This is my test. I'm going to get a good score, and ain't nobody going to stand in my way. Okay. So, can I be a teacher at your school? No. Last thing is my parents told me to shut up. It's fine. Just, you got this. You got this. Don't worry about any of this other stuff. This is all human geography in a book. It's all in your head now. It's in your head. And worst comes to worst, if you're trying to make a guess, just guess the environment. If I can't remember any type of impact or consequence, I don't know what this is about, just guess it impacted the environment. That's all you got to do. Just think about that. Think about how many times in every unit, everything always impacts the environment. So that's my best guess for you. Of course it's not. It's not always going to be right. But yeah. Okay. You got this. Will I hire you? Yes. If you get a 4 or 5 tomorrow, then you let me know. And you can come work for Fiveable just like Harrison and Shreya. And you could be hosting next year's stream. You could be up here. You could be, you know, it could be, it's just awesome. Y'all are great. I'll hire all 1,465 of you. I can't replace your teacher because your teachers are awesome. Okay. That's it, y'all. This replay will be available as soon as I end this stream. You know, rewatch it, rewatch whatever parts you want. And yeah, if you get a 4 or 5 and you want to work at Fiveable, we will hire you. I mean, you got to apply and like be accepted, but yeah. So if you want just another little motivation, like someday I'm going to get a job at Fiveable and I'm going to teach other human geography students how to get a 5 on this test because they got this too. You know? All right, take a break tonight. I hope that if you've been here for 5 hours that you go and like take some time, go do something completely mind-numbing. Like don't get off of this stream and then go watch more human geography videos. Like take at least an hour and go watch the dumbest show you can find. You know, or listen to a podcast or listen to music or play a game and just like mind-numbing, take a break, nothing that involves any type of thinking, like melt your brain for a little bit and then go to bed and wake up tomorrow morning and then review tomorrow morning, you know, and that will be helpful for you. So with that, I wish you guys the best of luck. You're going to get an email from me tonight to, you know, give you all the links, but I really don't want you to look at it tonight. I want you to take some time tonight and take a break. And then tomorrow you can spend more time tomorrow morning, you know, brushing up on everything. And then, yes, Married at First Sight is exactly the kind of show that I'm talking about, right? Love Island. Exactly. Okay. Tomorrow, you'll get another email from me tomorrow morning with one last set of just, you know, love sending you. Okay. And you'll find out more about your scores in July. But look, at the end of the day, you take the test tomorrow and then it's over. No matter what. Even if you get a 1, even if you open the test and you're like, I have no idea the answers, it's still over. It's still done. All right. Go binge watch a really stupid show. There's a lot of shows like being listed in the chat, and I honestly approve every single one of them. I don't care if it's a cartoon or a reality show or whatever. You can just go and watch it and just like mind-numbing. And if your parents are like, you should be studying, then you're like, no, Amanda told me I have to take at least 1 hour off and just take a break. Okay. All right, my friends, it's been fun. It's been real. I'm looking forward to hearing about how it went. And I wish you all the best. I wish you good luck. And for one last time, you got this. You got this. I know you got this. I know you can do this. You just got to do it. Just go out there and kill it. And we'll see you after. Bye.